Not all women have love in their hearts and an instinct to care.
It'll be dark before we get there.
An Oregon mom dishes up cruelty.
I can't see another human doing that to another human.
Get your arms up now!
A good Samaritan comes with a price.
She was a person of power.
How is she?
Time will tell.
The power of life and death.
Who is she?
And jealousy triggers two teens.
She's not for me.
Two lit fuses waiting to get off.
Wouldn't want to be her.
They were a fight looking to happen.
These deadly women have ice in their veins and malicious hearts. In Eugene, Oregon, 2008.
Here's you. Two pieces?
The McNulty family is not your typical apple pie household. 41-year-old Angela is raising 3 children to 3 different fathers, and she has another 2 children in foster care.
Good to have you home.
It was a long drive.
Her latest husband, long-haul trucker Richard, is often away, but provides what Angela wants: money, without questions.
She definitely was in charge. She could do anything and get away with it because she ran the show basically with them.
Richard was the perfect husband for Angela because he wasn't very smart. He was not used to making decisions.
Angela seems affectionate to her youngest children, but not her eldest daughter, 14-year-old Jeanette. For years, Mom subjects Jeanette to unspeakable abuse.
She was made to stand, sometimes on one foot, with her arms above her head for hours.
Get your arms up now!
I can't, Mom.
Started when they woke up in the morning, and if she was good, at 8 at night, she could sit down.
Get up now!
Something very dark was going on in that house.
Get your arms up!
Angela doesn't stop with violence. She treats Jeanette like a prisoner of war in her own home.
Jeanette was not allowed to eat with the family, not at the family table. She was given tiny bits of food to survive.
The faucets were locked up and the knobs were taken off the faucets, so she couldn't get water.
She would drink out of the dog's bowl or even out of the toilet. Her mother let her have nothing.
There's locks on every door, and only Angela had keys.
Her need to control her daughter in this bizarre, cruel, disgusting manner just got worse and worse.
The torment is a family secret. No one, not even the victim, speaks out.
Her mother probably had her convinced, if you tell anyone, I will know, and things will be even worse for you. That's how abusive parents control a victim. Fear.
By spring 2008, Jeanette can no longer hide the telltale scars.
What happened? Nothing. I fell.
Kids in gym class had noticed there were bruises on her body, and she explained them away. She said she had fallen, that there was some accident or something that had happened.
Really?
People at school had seen Jeanette come to school nearly every day in the same sweatpants. She looked a mess, and they contacted the authorities.
We've had a complaint about Jeanette.
What's she done?
Nothing.
Concerned school authorities contact Child Protective Services. They drop in on the family.
Check on this family. See what's going on in that house. Something is wrong with that little girl, and we're worried about her.
We need to organize a meeting.
Sure, of course.
Finally, Jeanette has a chance to escape.
Well, I need to speak with her.
She's not home.
But Jeanette won't get to tell her story. Questioning the abusive mom backfires.
Jeanette, it's time to go home now.
Can I stay a bit longer?
I have to look up.
Jeanette loved being in school because she was away from Mom. No one beat her there.
Is everything okay at home?
Jeanette is about to lose her one safe haven. 2008, Eugene, Oregon. Angela McNulty has been torturing her 14-year-old daughter for years.
Get your arms up now!
Jeanette is starved and beaten.
We need to organize a meeting.
Sure, of course.
But when Child Protective Services challenges her abusive mom,
Jeanette, you need to go home now.
things only get worse.
Jeanette! You won't be going back to school.
Angela switches her daughter to homeschooling.
Homeschooling is a godsend for abusive parents. They can get away with their crime longer.
With no more prying eyes, Angela's abuse escalates for the next 18 months. Jeanette's bedroom looks more like a torture chamber.
Angela had Jeanette lay on a sheet of cardboard because Angela didn't want the carpet stained with her daughter's blood.
They all face back to where the way you came. They're stacked one upon another.
Leave that turned up.
And that's something strong waves don't do, so that...
She would turn on the TV very loudly so that no one could hear those screams.
And the voltage just get trapped there.
You stole a cookie, didn't you? Don't lie to me!
Everybody in that household knew it was happening, but did nothing to stop it.
And individually, they could be moved by a storm.
Siblings of the child being abused generally keep their mouth shut because they're afraid. Frequently, the abusive parent threatens the children.
Individually, they could be moved by a storm.
If you tell, you're next.
She whipped her so much that there was no skin or flesh left on her hips, so the bones were exposed.
On December 9th, 2009, Jeanette endures her mother's fury for the last time. Her body finally gives out on her. Angela calls 911.
Oh, my baby.
Claiming her daughter has had an accident.
How old is she, ma'am?
15.
But Jeanette's emaciated frame tells another tale.
Sorry, how old did you say she was?
15. She got a bit thin.
She weighed only 50 pounds. She was a tiny little thing. In fact, investigators could not believe that she was a 15-year-old because she was so small.
Her cause of death is recorded as bleeding on the brain, septic shock, dehydration, and starvation. Angela turns on her husband.
She started blaming Richard McAnulty for everything. And so we confronted him with that information, and he started talking.
Richard's testimony destroys Angela's lies, but also proves he's a silent accomplice. He pleads guilty to murder and is sentenced to 25 years behind bars.
There's no way he didn't know. He saw it. He knew what was going on. But he still never did anything. He didn't call, nothing.
Angela McNulty pleads guilty to aggravated murder. In February 2011, she receives the same sentence she gave her daughter: death.
I couldn't see another human doing that to another human. I definitely couldn't see a mother doing that to her daughter.
The question on everyone's lips: why? Why would a mother inflict so much misery on her own child? Investigators find a troubled beginning.
Angela did not start life the easy way. She had a mother who had 5 kids by the time she was in her early 20s.
Mom's going out. You have fun with your brothers.
Angela is the apple of her mom's eye. Until the day Mom doesn't come home.
Her mom was murdered when she was a young girl, and it was never solved.
This would be an indelible scar that she would carry the rest of her life.
Her father may have left scars too.
Get ready, you little thieves.
She claims he used food as a weapon.
They were not allowed to get any food out of the kitchen whatsoever. They could have water, but that was it.
Never steal my food.
The kitchen was off limits.
Get over here.
Angela learned from her father. That's the life she grew up with.
But why was Angela's torturous abuse directed at only one child?
And the answer is, we don't know. We can guess, we can blame it on past abuse of her own or whatever, but ultimately, this kind of evil is sort of a dark area. We really don't know what drove her to kill that little girl.
I like to think there's a special place in hell for Angela, but I don't think Satan wants her there.
A woman with a gentle touch.
They thought she literally was the angel of mercy.
Willing to help those in need.
People called her the Good Samaritan.
Can mask a deadly secret.
No one was safe when Bertha was around. No one.
Early in the 20th century, the tiny Catawissa community in Missouri relies on each other in tough times.
It would have been strictly a farming community with, 1 or 2 stores.
No one is more willing to lend a hand than new resident Bertha Gifford.
Mrs. Gifford established herself in the community as a person who would come to your house, knock on your door, and offer to help you care for someone who was sick.
Even though she had no medical education, only a 3rd grade education, in fact, she wore a white starched uniform and carried her little satchel of supplies and spent just as much time as it took taking care of them.
Despite Bertha's best efforts, not all her patients recover. Sometimes they die. But death doesn't dampen Bertha's spirits.
I saw this. He lost both his legs.
Oh dear, the poor soul.
She was fascinated with death more than she was fascinated with life.
They couldn't stop the bleeding.
She loved to read the newspaper for stories about fatal accidents and murder.
His eyes completely bulged out.
And then she just wanted to talk about them all the time.
Better off dead, of course, without his legs.
Bertha's obsession with death is matched by her desire to be in control.
The best cook in all Missouri.
Especially when it comes to her husband, Eugene.
Thank you, Mother. She insisted on cooking.
We know that she was rather domineering.
How long was she staying?
We know that Eugene was definitely the weaker of the two, if you will, that she was in charge. What she said is what happened in her household.
You've done enough.
When Eugene's mother comes to stay, Bertha's position as head of the house is threatened.
She doesn't want me here.
Of course she does.
Within hours of arriving at Bertha's home, Emily takes a turn for the worse.
Her mother-in-law became ill that same night that she came to visit.
How is she?
Time will tell.
And so Bertha sat up with her.
Despite her nursing skills, Bertha can't help Emily. She dies a slow, agonizing death.
There was no autopsy. There was no examination.
A year later, bad luck strikes Eugene's family again. His young brother, James, suddenly falls ill.
There's no way to document whether these people became ill because they were consuming something in the Gifford household or if they had actually been sick before they came and they got sicker once they got there.
Bertha can't save 13-year-old James. Within 18 months, all of Eugene's closest family are dead. Is it despite or because of Bertha?
I think her fascination was not being fed regularly enough, and so she found a way to make it happen.
Very soon, Bertha will reveal how far her obsession will go. In the early 20th century, the small Missouri community of Catawissa calls Bertha Gifford the Angel of Mercy.
Bertha passed herself off as a nurse, a very caring person who was always there for the ill.
But they don't always recover.
How is she?
Her husband's mother and brother die on her watch.
These are two, literally, of the very closest blood relatives of her husband.
The family deaths don't arouse suspicion. Bertha continues caring for other relatives, including Eugene's baby cousin, 3-year-old Beulah Pounds.
The mother was trying to care for her daughter, but also had some other things that she needed to attend to out of town. Beulah was very afraid of Bertha Gifford and didn't want to stay there. But she was made to stay with Bertha.
When she arrives, Beulah is in perfect health.
What's wrong with her?
Hard to say.
But her mother returns to find her daughter crippled by cramps.
People trusted Bertha. They appreciated her willingness to care for their sick family members. Bertha would shoo him out of the sick room and say, "Go get some rest. I'll take care of this."
The next morning, April 18th, 1918, little Beulah is dead.
She wanted to be seen as a good person, an angel of goodness. But she also wanted to satisfy her lust for control over the lives of her patients.
Bertha's unfortunate body count extends beyond her husband's family.
Oh, Mary, Mary.
On May 16th, 1927, farmhand Ed Brindley, with a belly full of bootleg liquor, staggers into her caring clutches.
Jean ran out, came to his aid, and carried him into the house and put him to bed. Bertha, of course, was heaven sent to take care of Ed Brindley.
That night, he became violently ill, and the next morning, he was gone. They phoned Mrs. Brindley and said Ed died.
Ed Brindley is one death too many.
That was her big mistake. Ludelphia Brindley, his widow, said, "Enough."
And she insisted that the district attorney investigate. They exhumed the body of Ed Brindley They found arsenic in his body.
Investigators keep digging. 2 more bodies are exhumed.
Each had enough arsenic in their system that would have killed 7 adults.
They soon discover 17 neighbors and family members have died from Bertha's healing potions.
If you were vulnerable and sick, you were fair game for Bertha and her bottle of arsenic.
Bertha had purchased arsenic on a regular basis. She would give as her reason for needing arsenic that there were many rats in her barn.
I think that's how Bertha saw her victims. They were rats. She needed to destroy them.
Prosecutors only need 1 murder conviction to hang Bertha Gifford. But in November 1928, the jury finds her not guilty on the grounds of insanity. She is confined to the Missouri State Hospital for the next 23 years.
That means that she didn't know what she was doing was wrong at the time that she did it. I completely disagree. People simply did not want to believe that a woman could be a serial killer with malice in her heart.
I bet he's met someone.
A possessive teenager.
She liked to pull the strings, she liked to be in control.
Oh no.
Hell-bent on revenge.
Sexual jealousy does seem to play a large part in this.
Becomes a puppet master.
Good idea.
In the art of deadly persuasion.
She was a maestro.
Braintree, England, 2002. Shooting pool is a regular pastime for these teenagers. 17-year-old Nicole Hollinshead keeps a close eye on the ball and on her boyfriend.
Try your hand to it.
Trying.
Stephen Wood is 3 years older than Nicole, but she wears the pants in this relationship.
She was very much the boss, and he was the weaker one, and she was in charge.
Nicole meets Stephen in a most unconventional way.
She'd had sex with Stephen's father, and then she had sex with Stephen, which is a very unusual thing to happen.
Stephen is now her possession.
I need a drink.
I think Nicole was jealous of anybody who dared to threaten her power, really.
Lesbian lovers, 17-year-old Carrie Bauer and 18-year-old Emma Last are in awe of their tough friend.
Tar. Slag.
They were kind of lost souls, looking for a role model, looking for direction.
They seem to have been drawn to her strength.
Want me to get a little girl to help?
He's trying.
He's hopeless.
One friend who wishes Nicole could be a little softer is 17-year-old Deborah Karn.
She wouldn't hurt anybody. I've never ever known her to upset any friends or anything like that.
Deborah's mom, Heather Knight, and her sister, Rebecca, saw how Nicole treated her boyfriend.
Stephen
in my opinion, was like a puppet on a string. She was constantly nagging at him, and I felt a little bit sorry for him. I think I did say to Deborah at one point, "Why do you like this girl?"
The trio hang out together.
It'll be dark before we get there.
Come on, we'll have fun.
Soon, Stephen is drawn to Deborah's kind nature.
You fixed it!
I think Deborah represented to Stephen a sort of an escape from the life he'd been living with Nicole.
You've done it again!
I don't want to do this anymore. Enough, Nicole. I've had it. It's over.
Stephen finally finds the courage to end the volatile relationship.
Who is she? I'll find out!
Hi. Where's Nicole?
Free from Nicole's shackles, Stephen turns to Deborah for comfort.
Honey, what happened?
I bet he's met someone.
Oh. I don't know. But I will.
Angry Nicole vents to her friends, Emma Last and Carrie Bauer.
Carrie Bauer came from a broken home. She was separated from her mother.
Wouldn't want to be her.
Emma was very much an outsider. It was fair to say she had demons that haunted her.
Nicole's rage is contagious.
Carrie and Emma were really two lit fuses waiting to get off. They were a fight looking to happen, and Nicole provided them with that outlet.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, Mum, could Steve stay tonight? He's got nowhere to go.
Well, all right, but out here.
Thanks, Mum.
Thanks.
Tonight, Stephen has a safe haven.
Their friendship had obviously become very close.
But the next day, I remember saying to Deborah, because I felt it was my duty to, did anything happen? And she said, no, it did not, Mum.
When Nicole finds out where her ex-boyfriend's been sleeping, it lights a jealous fuse.
Nicole's the kind of person who needs to be the only one in a man's life.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
It's Nicole. She thinks I slept with Steve.
When she found out Stephen spent the night with Deborah, it was a massive threat to her. And she was angry and jealous.
Nicole was bombarding Deborah with text messages of an abusive nature.
Oh, she's acting crazy. Give her a call.
She was quite confident that it would all be cleared up because she knew that she hadn't done anything anyway.
Nicole, what's wrong?
Sleep with Stephen.
Well, he came on to me, but nothing happened.
I do recall at some point Deborah and Nicole talking and trying to sort this mess out.
I reckon you're lying.
No, I'm not.
But Nicole has made up her mind.
You slag.
Deborah is guilty. And Stephen needs to be back where he belongs.
Unfortunately for him, it wasn't so easy for him to escape Nicole.
What Nicole wants, Nicole gets.
You know I love you, baby.
She wasn't content that she had her man back. She was obviously angry
You promised you didn't come on to it.
and remained unhappy.
Cross my heart. Never happened.
Lying cow.
A teenager obsessed Nicole turns to her loyal followers and her lover.
They were watching films, some of which were very violent.
That's what should happen to that bitch. Good idea. Yeah.
And it was there that the seeds were sown. It was there that the plot was hatched to get revenge on Deborah.
You pick her up. Come, call her.
And we'll sort her out.
Stephen becomes the bait.
Oh, Deborah? Yeah, it's Steve.
The trap for Deborah is set.
Look, I'd really like to get together with you.
I think Nicole targeted Deborah because she wanted her out of the picture, not Stephen out of the picture. Stephen was her patsy. She needed him.
Braintree, England, 2002. Nicole Hollinshead is in a jealous rage over her breakup with Stephen Wood. Their 17-year-old friend, Deborah Karn,
Oh, she's acting crazy.
is caught in the middle. Determined to make things right, Deborah agrees to meet Stephen.
It's bad news. I'm begging you, don't go.
Don't worry, Mum. I just want
And I said to Deborah, I don't really want you to go. She said, well, I need to, Mum, because we need to get this sorted.
Don't worry. I'll be back soon.
I said to her, I love you. She said, I love you too, Mum. And that was when she walked out the door.
The plot was hatched that Stephen would drive Emma and Kerry out and then bring Deborah out at a later stage under the pretext of spending time with her.
He could have stopped at any point, but his role in getting Deborah out of the house was pivotal to Deborah's demise.
July 28th, 2002. Trusting Deborah is driven to her last stop.
Emma Last and Kerry Bauer lay in wait for the ambush.
The only person missing is the puppet master herself.
Nicole was a maestro at getting her little band of misfits to play the music of murder.
Kerry and Emma have never met Deborah. They take Nicole's word that she deserves to be punished.
I've gone over and over it in my head as to how she could have even comprehended this because she didn't know these people.
And Stephen was sitting in his car, watching. He just sat there.
They punched and kicked her, and they held her down and asphyxiated her.
I can't imagine the pain
That she went through and how scared and how frightened she would have been.
The teens leave the worst to last.
Then Emma encourages Kerry to chuck petrol over her.
Get out of the way!
God, no! She went, oh my God. She knew what the smell was.
It was Emma who then set light to Deborah.
To just do that to a little girl of only 17 is just so not right. They just took her away from me without a thought, out of care, nothing.
It doesn't take long for the police to identify the suspects.
The last person Deborah had been seen with was Stephen Wood. And he was spoken to, and then he obviously gave information as to who else had been involved, and the murder investigation grew from there.
Fortunately for society, these killers, not so bright, and they were caught very quickly.
In April 2004, Emma Last and Carrie Bauer are sentenced to life for Deborah's murder. Both will serve a minimum of 17 years behind bars. Stephen Wood is found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 8 years in prison. The ringleader, Nicole Hollinshead, is acquitted of murder but found guilty of conspiracy to inflict grievous bodily harm. She is sentenced to 5 years and is now free.
I think Nicole and Stephen should have got the most. Because at the moment, them two are walking around, whether they're miserable or what, but they're alive and they're out in the world. And my Deborah's not.
Teenage relationships are frequently volatile, explosive, and roller coasters. That's part of growing up. But this one went way too far and ended in murder.
These deadly women were as cold as ice. Angela McNulty tortured to death her own daughter. Bertha Gifford decided who lived or died. And Emma Last and Carrie Bauer killed a stranger to help a friend. They all bear the stains of having malicious hearts. Some women want more from life than health and happiness.
A 5-letter word that starts with a G and ends with a D. Greed.
A businesswoman makes a deal to die for.
She was calculated, manipulative, and a sick person.
A young bride is in love with her older husband's cash.
He thought he was a lucky guy. He had no idea how unlucky he was.
And a woman loses her man to the sea.
Up until that point, she'd fooled everyone.
These deadly women want the good life at others' expense. They are money hungry.
Oh, man, the man himself.
When 40-year-old Abraham Shakespeare wins a massive lottery prize in Lakeland, Florida in 2006. An ordinary man starts an extraordinary adventure.
He took a lump sum payment of $17 million. When Shakespeare won the lottery, the entire community won also.
It says $500,000.
He basically became Lakeland's stimulus package.
Think about that.
Shakespeare was a very, very generous person.
While happy for her son, 65-year-old Elizabeth Walker is wary of the windfall.
Abraham's mother was a wonderful person. Abraham tried to give her money and buy her a new house, and she didn't want it. Abraham's mother thought the money was evil and would bring him no good.
Cheers! $17 million.
Many other people are ready to line up for the generosity of this uneducated but good-natured young man.
He couldn't read or write. If at all, he couldn't do it very well. I don't think he understood the value of money. I think he thought he'll never run out of money.
Abraham's good fortune catches the eye of 35-year-old entrepreneur Doris Dee Dee Moore.
Dee Dee Moore was a blonde, flashy woman. She was very confident, very sure of herself.
Dee Dee's currently got herself a 26-year-old boy toy.
Not now, I'm thinking.
Come on, baby.
But she's always looking for more excitement. And a newly minted millionaire is a person she wants to know.
She presented herself as to be a writer. She offered to write a book. So from there, a friendship budded between the two of them.
But the book is just the start of Dee Dee's deal.
You get tired of people asking for money, Abe?
Yeah, I do.
She offers to manage all of Abraham's financial affairs.
Dee Dee presented herself as someone who wasn't going to be a moocher.
In Abraham's mind, here comes this lady who decides, hey, I'll get this all straightened out for you.
This one here is to close your existing account.
She convinced him to put all of his holdings in her company name, and this was a way for people to stop asking for money from him.
But Dee Dee is far from a savior.
After you start peeling the layers behind of Dee Dee Moore, you start realizing more and more something's not right here.
The smooth-talking businesswoman has a long history of deceit and fraud. One scam 5 years earlier shows how far Dee Dee will go to come out on top. When her car is about to be repossessed, Dee Dee stages a dramatic ruse.
Just up there.
She had called and reported that her vehicle had been carjacked and she had been left for dead by some Mexican guys in a ditch somewhere.
For extra sympathy, Dee Dee claims she is raped.
She was calculated, manipulative, and a sick person.
Dee Dee Moore is the classic textbook definition of a psychopath. Persistent and chronic liar, manipulator of other people. If a psychopath isn't manipulating someone and deceiving and stealing, they're not having any fun.
But naive Abraham knows nothing of her past.
She found him and she knew she could work him. And oh, did she.
Abraham thinks his money is safe from his clawing community because he hands it all to Dee Dee.
Wow, you weren't kidding.
For you, baby.
She had his house, his properties, his cars, Even his bank accounts, everything, I mean everything, was switched into the name of her company that she operated.
While Dee Dee has never been happier, Abraham is worried and anxious.
Man, I'm finna get out. I'm finna go.
The burden of being a multi-millionaire is starting to get to him. He disappears.
Shakespeare talked so much about being aggravated about people asking him for money. So when he disappeared, people thought to themselves, well, maybe he finally did get tired.
Lakeland now loses its stimulus package. Abraham is no longer around to give anyone his money. No one sees him for months, but his family and friends receive a series of strange texts.
It's Abe. He says it's going away.
Abraham is on a cruise to Jamaica, how Abraham is in Texas. He doesn't want anybody to see him. The stories just never end.
After 9 months, finally, a phone call.
Yeah, Mom. I'm fine.
But something is strange.
His mother said, "Who are you? You're not Shakespeare."
No one knows who it is, except Dee Dee Moore. It's her deep, dark secret. 2009, Lakeland, Florida. After 43-year-old Abraham Shakespeare wins a lottery, everyone wants a handout.
Just don't stop.
When 36-year-old Dee Dee Moore offers to manage his millions, he jumps at the chance.
Congratulations.
But the only person Dee Dee wants to help is herself.
First class all the way.
She's a con woman.
That's my money in your wallet, is how they see the world. And because I'm so much smarter than you, I will get it.
His friends think Abraham is on an extended holiday. Dee Dee knows the truth. Not long after signing over his fortune to her, Abraham becomes suspicious.
It ain't working out.
Everything is good, Abe.
No, it ain't.
Abraham had come to her and said, hey, something's not right. I can't get to my money. You know, what's going on?
Look, man,
April 6th, 2009. Abraham tells Dee Dee he's going to the bank to sort it out. Dee Dee knows if he does, she'll be exposed.
There's a safe inside that house where she tells Abraham all his money is, all the cash is. She opens the safe. Abraham thinks he's gonna get a bunch of money. She doesn't pull out the money, but she pulls a gun out of the safe.
No. Please, no.
And she shoots him twice.
Dee Dee takes the last thing Abraham has left to give. His life.
Abraham Shakespeare was a nice guy. He didn't stand a chance against Dee Dee Moore. Not a chance.
The money is all hers, but it still isn't enough for Dee Dee.
She saw outstanding debts that people owed him as a cash cow. There was probably close to $3 million if she could consistently collect on these monies.
The prospect of easy money is too good to refuse.
Dee Dee went to extreme lengths to make it look as if Shakespeare was alive to his friends and family.
Abraham texts his family and friends from the grave. But one day, Dee Dee goes too far, trying to stage a phone call.
Yeah, Mom, I'm fine. Just needed to get away.
A mother knows her son's voice. She calls the cops.
Abraham's mother called me and said, hey, somebody called that said they were Abraham. I don't know if it was, but it didn't really sound like him.
The police start asking questions. Dee Dee has to protect herself. She needs someone else to take the murder rap and turns to an old friend of Abraham's for help.
I've got a lot more cash for someone who'll say they killed Abraham.
She says, I need to find somebody who is willing to tell the police that they did something to Abraham, that they killed Abraham.
I'll ask around.
I'm willing to pay them.
Dee Dee is introduced to career criminal Mike Smith, a perfect candidate.
Mike Smith is fixing to go to federal prison, has already signed off a plea agreement for 25 years, and basically he can't get any more time. For a certain amount of money, he would be willing to say that he killed Abraham Shakespeare.
You do this, you'll be a very popular person.
Mike agrees to take the blame, but needs evidence of the murder. Otherwise, he won't be believed.
Where is he? What happened?
Shot him. He's buried in my backyard.
Dee Dee has to hand over the weapon and the location of Abraham's body.
So in Dee Dee Moore's mind, she's just won the game. She's got somebody that's gonna confess to killing Abraham Shakespeare.
But there's one thing Dee Dee doesn't know. Mike Smith is an undercover cop.
Every time he met with her, every time he talked with her, he was wearing a wire.
Did you dig here?
Dee Dee had admitted where the body was located.
Then you gotta burn him.
That was enough for authorities to go in and make an arrest. They had what they needed.
The master of the sting has been stung.
Dee Dee Moore never thought she would get caught.
Don't forget to bring the marshmallows.
Yet, she told the whole story to an undercover cop. Bye-bye now.
On December 10th, 2012, Doris Dee Dee Moore is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
I think it was all money, and I think it just came down to the very end that she felt trapped and this was the only way out.
Dee Dee is in prison for the rest of her life, and that is exactly where she needs to be for the rest of us to be safe.
A perfect recipe for marriage.
He's got the prize, the younger woman.
Love, honesty, and respect.
He thought he was a lucky guy. He had no idea how unlucky he was.
In the 1970s, near Louisville, Indiana, newlyweds Anne and David Plew have a loving marriage and the world at their feet.
They both appeared to be happy. Anne appeared to be a really outgoing, happy person, and David appeared to be happy and satisfied to be with her.
David's brother, Raymond Plew, remembers 28-year-old Anne's captivating charm.
Someone that can gain your confidence, make you like them immensely and want to do everything for you. That's the kind of person she was.
A charming personality sounds ideal for Anne's nursing career, but she is more complicated than she seems.
She worked as a registered nurse. She held a supervisory position, which later it appeared that she had fabricated certificates to obtain that position when she wasn't even qualified for it. Anne seemed to be living in a path of lies.
One of her many deceits is 29-year-old Tim.
Tim was friends with Ann Gates from right after high school.
Maybe if I'd married you, I would have been happier.
Marry me, you'll never go hungry again.
He seemed to be a constant in her life.
But I did.
Despite marrying another man, Anne still enjoys Tim's company.
She was good at manipulating the men in her life.
Tim was like Anne's go-to guy. He would have done anything to marry this woman, and she just kept him on a string the entire time.
Tim is always on call for Anne. Husband David serves a very different purpose. He's her bank.
How are we meant to pay for all that?
It's okay, we'll find a way.
We'll end up in the poorhouse.
And she is quickly draining his accounts.
Anne was motivated by a 5-letter word that starts with a G and ends with a D. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins.
David doesn't get time to rein in her spending. Within a year of marriage, a terrible tragedy.
It's about as cold-blooded as cold-blooded would be.
Late one evening in 1978, something compels David Plew to the outskirts of Louisville.
I don't know what the reason was that he would get in his car and drive out to meet someone on a country road. I don't know.
Come on, man. Do this. Come on, let's talk about this, boy. You don't need to be doing this. Not out here. Come on, man.
It is the last thing he will ever do.
He was shot twice in the head. He was left alongside of a rural road.
It surprised everybody because as nice a person as David was, and with all of the friends he had, there's no one could name a single person that would be David's enemy.
When a spouse is murdered, police usually look close to home first. But Anne has the perfect alibi. The day before the murder, she checks into the hospital for some elective surgery. Police know she hasn't done it. But David's brother thinks her behavior is odd.
After David's death, there was zero contact with Anne. She did not appear at the funeral home or at the grave services. There wasn't even a bouquet of flowers in the funeral home with her name on them.
Anne is a wealthy widow. She is the sole beneficiary of David's assets, including his life insurance.
David Plew had a personal insurance policy of $80,000+.
Anne moves on with her life. She's got another wedding to plan.
This woman, she did whatever she wanted to do.
Come on, man.
In Louisville, Indiana, Anne Gates's husband, David, is murdered, execution style, in 1978. Anne isn't a widow for long. She remarries 7 months later.
I'd love to carry the threshold, honey, but it's my back.
But not her teen sweetheart, Tim. Anne chooses an older man, bookkeeper, 56-year-old Raymond Gates.
He's much older than Anne. Maybe to her he's a sugar daddy, but to him, he's got the prize, the younger woman.
You can buy whatever you like, darling.
Anne's need for love comes a distant second to her need for money.
There's no indication that Anne Gates truly loved the men that she married.
The new bride introduces Raymond to old friends, including Tim.
Darling, to us.
She had no qualms about bringing Tim to the house when Raymond was home.
What this proves to me is that Anne is the puppet master. She's running the whole show. She's got all these men on a string, and she's pulling them.
Anne spends as little time as she can at the marital home. She moves between her parents' home and living with a new boyfriend.
Why? I just need some space.
She would live there 2 days. She would live with the boyfriend 2 days. I guess because of his age, whatever she told him, he believed. He accepted that.
He thought he was a lucky guy. He had no idea how unlucky he was.
For nearly 9 years, Anne lives out her fantasy. A husband she hardly ever sees, and the freedom to do what she wants. But then, on October 7th, 1987, when she visits the marital home,
I've just found my husband murdered.
Anne was calm, collected. Here's her husband, blood all around him. You know what? You can't fake caring about people.
She said she went inside. She saw Raymond on the floor, dead, with multiple wounds to the head.
So he's lying on the floor, and there's dried blood around him, which means he's been there for a while, and he has several blows to the head.
What time was it you discovered your husband, ma'am?
the grieving widow is not the most reliable witness.
Did you notice any sign of break and entry when you came home or anything missing at all?
The more you questioned her, the more the story changed.
Anne tells so many lies to law enforcement, they don't even know where to begin.
Anne tells police she hasn't been at the house for days.
But a mailman comes forward and he claims that he saw her car in the driveway in those crucial days before the body was discovered.
Anne lies to the police. Now she is placed at the murder scene. Investigators believe they know what happens.
Investigators uncover that he's been hit in the head with a long object. Lo and behold, the fire poker's missing from the house.
A fire poker is heavy. It's made of metal. It delivers a large amount of concentrated force to a very small area. It would very quickly cave in the skull.
Investigators believe the motive is a familiar one: money.
Just a few months before he was murdered, he took out a life insurance policy on himself and made her the beneficiary.
It is a circumstantial case, but on December 8, 1987, Ann Gates is arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Facing a lifetime behind bars, Ann makes a deal with the DA's office for the lesser charge of manslaughter. Her bargaining chip is she claims the murderer is her teen sweetheart, Tim.
She struck this deal by offering Tim as the murderer, Raymond Gates.
Ann didn't love anybody but Ann.
She says Tim murdered her husband in her presence.
According to Ann, she had no part of that other than cleaning up the evidence.
Tim stands trial for second-degree murder. It ends in a hung jury. He walks free.
She was good at manipulating the men in her life, but she was not as good of a liar as she believed that she was.
Ann Gates doesn't face a jury. She pleads no contest to the manslaughter of Raymond and is sentenced to 10 years.
Ann was originally charged with first-degree murder. That's premeditated. Ann got off lucky.
For Raymond Plew, Ann's conviction reopens old wounds of the cruel death of his brother, David. The shooting of her first husband has never been solved.
No one has been punished for David's death. Ann evidently served some small bit of prison time for someone else's death, but no one's been punished for David's death, and may never be.
In 1993, Ann Gates is released on supervised parole.
There was a storm inside of Ann, a storm of chaos.
For some women, finding a man
She was obviously a quite sexy woman.
is as easy as ABC. But keeping them is another matter.
He had been shot at close range.
Moreton Bay, off the coast of Brisbane, Australia. For 8 years, 44-year-old Patricia Byers and live-in boyfriend Carl Gutkins enjoy a comfortable life by the sea.
They had water in common, boats in common. They were yachties, boaties, champagne, high living, all of that sort of stuff.
The ocean brings them together, but also drives them apart. Carl's work as a marine engineer means he is constantly traveling.
Carl led an itinerant sort of life, probably like a lot of seamen.
You're going to Thailand?
Just for a few days on the way back.
But when he organizes a private holiday to Thailand, simmering tensions begin to boil.
The state of their relationship was clearly beginning to fall apart.
Being left alone for weeks is hard for a woman who likes to be the center of attention.
Patricia Byers was the life of the party. She was obviously a quite sexy woman.
Well, get you a coffee?
Yeah, thanks.
I can get you more than that.
Lonely Patricia finds a friend at work. Fellow insurance salesman, 49-year-old John Asquith.
She had quite a fancy for a guy that she worked with. He recognised that there was an attraction between him and Patricia, but he refused to do anything about it. So there was an honour in this man.
While John protects Patricia's honour. Across the seas in Thailand, her boyfriend Carl falls for an Asian delight. In fact, within days of meeting her, he proposes.
He met a Thai woman He seemed to have developed an affection for her very quickly. He told her that he wanted to marry her and to leave Patricia Byers.
Patricia is devastated. She is not just losing her longtime partner, but his income and assets.
Carl made it very clear to her that she was going to get very little once Carl had actually left and gone to Thailand.
She was about to lose the yacht, the house, and everything that went with the lifestyle.
The only silver lining in her cloud of grief is her office infatuation. John Asquith.
John, it's me.
Now that she's a single woman, there is nothing stopping them getting together.
Thank you.
Almost immediately, she turns to him for comfort and support, and within a very short space of time, this relationship turns into one of love.
So, here's to the happy couple.
John is hooked, enamored. He soon intertwines his life and money with Patricia.
John and Patricia move in together.
It seems that the relationship between Byers and Asquith was a good one. He did love her and believed that he could trust her.
For the next 3 years, Patricia forgets about her unfaithful partner, Carl. She's too busy enjoying her relationship with John, the security of his income, and their love of the sea. They often spend the night on the beautiful waters of Australia's Stradbroke Island, as they do on April 13th, 1993. It's their anniversary.
John and Patricia have been together for 3 years. They go away for a romantic weekend.
This is the perfect night.
I can make it even better.
They had stopped the boat, had something good to eat, had a good drink, had sex. He went to sleep.
John wakes up feeling a little strange, and he realises he has blood. He's got blood on himself and that he's bleeding from the head.
John has no idea he has just been shot in the head.
John Asquith had been shot at close range in the forehead, single shot from a sawn-off .22 caliber rifle.
Incredibly, the bullet hasn't killed him. It's missed the vital parts of his brain.
He was lucky that the gun had been cut down because that reduced the muzzle velocity.
Confused and disoriented, John's first thoughts are for Patricia.
He gets up and stumbles out of the cabin.
He finds his lover on deck, equally dazed but not wounded.
She claimed that pirates had boarded the boat and they'd been responsible for the injury to Asquith.
Pat! What happened?
Someone hit me in the neck.
It is a shocking attack that has the victims and the whole Brisbane community in a state of disbelief.
Although tourist boats are often boarded by pirates in the Pacific region, it is not something that they normally do in the beautiful waters off Stradbroke Island.
But the strangest part is that the pirates steal nothing. Something doesn't add up.
The whole situation was highly suspicious.
Soon the truth will be told and will reveal a perpetrator more frightening than any pirate. 47-year-old Patricia Byers, love of the ocean, is proving unlucky. Her sailor boyfriend, Carl Gotkins, leaves her for a beautiful young woman in Thailand. And in April 1993, modern-day pirates storm her boat, shooting her new de facto, John Asquith, in the head. 52-year-old John miraculously survives, but doesn't remember what happened.
The police were very suspicious right from the very beginning.
Police aren't buying the pirate story. Nothing is stolen, and only one of the victims is shot. Their attention turns to Patricia, who doesn't have a scratch.
As the investigations develop, that the evidence begins to mount against her.
They find John is worth a small fortune if he's dead.
Patricia Byers had in fact taken out several life insurance policies for John and forged his signatures to do so.
Patricia was cool, calm, and collected. And above all, she was patient.
Alone on the open sea is the perfect location for Patricia's plan.
What really happened that night is Patricia retrieved the sawn-off gun that she had hidden on the boat. She held it to her lover's head and pulled the trigger.
She thinks the shot will be fatal, but the short barrel of the sawn-off gun lessens the bullet's impact. John survives, much to the horror of Patricia. She is forced to come up with this ridiculous explanation.
It's not a plausible story. It was a matter of some humor amongst the prosecutors in my office at the time.
Patricia denies everything, but in 1994, a jury convicts her of attempted murder and sentences her to 12 years. But that isn't the end of the story. The fate of her previous partner comes under scrutiny.
Carl Gottchen's family started asking questions.
They haven't heard from Carl in 4 years, since his move to Thailand.
Patricia managed to convince everybody that he had not only left her, but that he had decided to cut all ties with family and friends and start a completely new life.
Or did he? Police travel to Thailand. They can't find Carl, but they do find his girlfriend, Oi, who hasn't seen him since he proposed to her.
He was meant to get on a plane about the 6th of July of 1990. He never got on that plane, and Oi never saw him again.
Now, Carl's disappearance turns into a murder investigation, and all roads lead to Patricia.
All Carl Gottchen's bank accounts were plundered. His credit cards were plundered. And all that happened within a period of a few months after he disappeared.
A forensic team goes to the last place Carl is seen alive, the home he shared with Patricia 4 years earlier.
They find forensic traces, tiny blood spatters in master bedroom. By DNA connections, it was most definitely blood of Carl Gottchen's.
There's a lot in the evidence that points to the conclusion that he was shot whilst he was in bed.
Patricia thought she was more clever than the police. Fortunately, she wasn't. DNA is pretty much forever.
The big question is, where is Carl's body? Only Patricia knows, and she is denying everything.
There were many theories about what Byers had done with the body. They could have gone out onto the bay where she dropped Carl's body, weighted down into the bay.
She probably would have gotten away with murder, but she wanted more and more and more. And every time a criminal commits a crime, they're closer and closer to being caught.
Patricia is convicted again, this time of murder.
The jury was convinced, beyond a reasonable doubt, she killed him.
In 1999, Patricia is sentenced to life, no chance of parole, without her beloved ocean and the perks of rich partners.
Patricia loved men for what they could do for her financially. The fun for Patricia in life was taking advantage of men.
These deadly women shared a greedy streak. Dee Dee Moore took everything from a kind soul, including his life. Ann Gates' seductive ways masked lethal intentions, and Patricia Byers proved she was the real pirate. All three women used their charms to earn trust until their true desire was revealed. They were money hungry. When a woman's own desires trump the needs of children, a tale of horror can unfold. A mother of two wants another child at any cost.
One of the worst, if not the worst, crimes I've ever seen.
A grandmother's devotion masks her sadistic nature.
His existence would be horrendous.
And a brutal act of revenge devastates a family.
She knew it would hurt their father to his very core.
These deadly women prey on the young and vulnerable. They kill without pity. Beaverton, Oregon, 2007. A young couple suffers a heartbreaking tragedy.
It'll be all right.
The loss of their unborn child. Karina Roberts already has 2 children from previous relationships, but the 26-year-old wants a child with her current man.
Karina's relationship with her boyfriend had been going on for about 5 years at that time. She had 2 children with different people, a daughter who was 10 and a son who was 6.
Her boyfriend didn't have any children, and they had talked about wanting to have children.
She fears without a baby, she may lose her relationship. Her boyfriend is a loving man to her children. But Karina knows he wants a baby of his own.
She wanted a baby, and I think she wanted it to bond with the man she was living with.
In November 2008, Karina is blessed with not one tiny miracle, but two.
Twins.
You're joking. And from that time on, all throughout the next 6 months, she had started gathering baby items such as clothing, outfits.
An excited Karina takes her news to the streets.
What are you up to?
I'm pregnant.
That's wonderful.
Karina's self-esteem was pretty much completely tied to being a mother, specifically to being pregnant.
In the nearby city of Portland, the joy of a new baby is filling Heather Snively's life too. She and her fiancé have just moved to the area to start a new life.
Heather Snively was a happy 21-year-old expectant mother.
Oh. I love it.
Put it on.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
She was very excited to be a mom. By all accounts, she was putting a lot of energy and focus into preparing for this birth, setting up the baby's room, just getting everything ready.
Oh. Not long now, darling.
Excited.
Everything was about the baby at that point.
Both Heather and Karina turn to the internet for their baby shopping.
We know that that's how she ended up connecting with Karina.
The two of them soon get chatting.
They shared some of the same interests. She and Karina became pretty good friends.
She's invited me to go shopping with her on Friday.
The expectant moms have so much in common, they click in the real world too.
I can't believe how cheap some of that stuff was. It was so good, so.
They met up several times to exchange items.
Good.
But one of these two moms has a secret that no one could ever imagine.
She had her tubes tied shortly after the birth of her second child.
Karina couldn't get pregnant, so she did everything she could to convince her boyfriend that she was, in fact, capable of having a child.
She has faked a miscarriage and now a pregnancy.
Karina had made up the story about being pregnant in 2007 and then again in 2008. Karina and her boyfriend had a pretty stressed and rocky relationship. She used the lie of pregnancy to hold that relationship together because it was fulfilling something in her relationship that she was attempting to keep together.
And her deception works.
Karina was a very good actress when it came to playing the part of a pregnant woman. And she had her boyfriend fooled.
Until Karina's due date closes in. Karina needs twins, and she needs them now.
It's basically time for her to produce.
Beaverton, Oregon, 2008. 27-year-old mother of two, Karina Roberts, tells the world she is expecting twins. news her live-in boyfriend has been yearning for. Online, Karina bonds with pregnant women,
This woman says she knows where to get bargains.
including 21-year-old Heather Snively.
Karina met with Heather on several occasions. They went out and looked for baby items.
June 5th, 2009, Karina arranges another shopping trip with Heather.
I'm going shopping today with that woman I met online.
I'll see you tonight.
Heather's fiance, Chris, gave Heather a hug and a kiss goodbye, told her he loved her and he was excited to see her after work. And then as he was leaving, he turned around, came back and gave her another hug and kiss and just said he just felt like he needed to be close to her.
Karina invites Heather back to her home.
His little piggy.
She was able to gain enough confidence and get her to come inside the home.
Do you mind if I use the bathroom? No. Okay.
No, it's first on the list.
Heather has no idea what is in store. Karina's phantom pregnancy is about to get real.
While they were both inside the residence alone, Karina was able to get a collapsible ass baton and had a metal tip on the end of it. She was able to somehow attack Heather with that baton by striking her in the head.
There were multiple blows to Heather's head from the baton.
She was struck 15 to 30 times, mostly in the back of the head.
Heather tries to save her life and her unborn baby.
She had some defensive wounds. She had cuts to her right breast and abdomen. She had bite marks on her right arm.
But the heavily pregnant woman is no match for Karina.
Heather died trying to save her unborn baby, and the evidence of that is all over Karina's house.
Now she does the unthinkable.
Karina got a razor blade and used the razor blade to cut Heather from hip to hip across her lower abdomen.
Heather's baby is 10 weeks premature.
The baby was removed from Heather's body but never took a breath.
Karina wanted a live baby, but is left with 2 dead bodies.
People that are hell-bent on committing a murder for a specific reason disregard all the reality and facts that get in their way of committing that murder. And that's what Karina did.
Karina hides Heather's body under the house and fakes a stillbirth. She calls her boyfriend.
She was crying hysterically, sounded very upset, and sounded like she was in pain.
I need you.
Karina's boyfriend came home. He found her laying in the bathtub, holding what he believed to be his newborn child. He realized the baby wasn't breathing. Karina's boyfriend called 911.
My girlfriend's just had twins. One of them's born. It's not breathing.
Paramedics arrived and got her to the hospital within 10 minutes. It was very quick.
But there is a dreadful hole in Karina's story. She is supposed to be expecting twins.
They put a heartbeat monitor on Karina, and they found no heartbeat of a second baby. They then conducted an examination, and the doctor told Karina that she had not given birth. And Karina argued with the doctor, saying that that's not true and that she had given birth at home. The doctor was suspicious of Karina's behavior at the hospital. She was not acting as a normal mother would.
Suspicious medical staff alert the police. A frantic search begins for the real mother, starting at Karina's house.
Police found bloody footprints and smears. They found a lot of blood in the bathroom, and then eventually a large pool of blood leading into the crawl space.
And when they opened the crawl space, they found Heather Snively inside.
It's not unusual for someone planning a murder to not pay attention to what happens after the murder. And that's usually where they get caught.
The deception is over. Karina is guilty of murder, but only one count.
There was nothing to indicate that the child had been alive or had taken a breath.
As a result of this murder, there was a change in legislation which made it aggravated murder to kill a pregnant woman. And the sentence for that is life in prison with no chance of parole.
In 2010, Karina Roberts is sentenced to life, never to be released.
People's first thought is, well, she must be crazy. But when you're around Karina, she seems completely normal until you put her into the context of what she did to Heather, and then she becomes a monster.
When children are not cherished
He had no childhood.
or protected,
Extreme physical, mental, and nutritional neglect.
young lives are shattered.
This is as bad as it gets.
Toronto, Canada, 1998. Being a young mom is always going to be difficult when you've got 4 children and you're only 24. It can push you over the edge.
Shut up, baby. You're the crappiest baby ever.
It's very difficult to prove that a parent is unfit and take their child or children away from them. But that's what happened.
Someone needs to rescue the children. The question is, who?
If a next of kin are capable of looking after the child, then it's best to keep the child with a family member.
The children's maternal grandmother, Elva Bottineau, steps up. She seems to have the right qualifications, including an online course in child psychology. In fact, she is already mother to a house full of children, big and small.
Some of Elva's adult children had come home, and they would bring with them their boyfriend or girlfriend, and sometimes friends.
Husband, Norman Kidman, leaves the running of the house to Elva.
Norman was the type of fellow that would come home after work and sit in his lazy boy chair and watch TV for the rest of the evening. Basically, he did nothing with regard to the children.
A home of modest earnings. Small, but comfortable.
They had all the amenities that any day of today would have. They had internet service, computers. Everything just appeared to be normal.
Neighbors and friends admire Elva's dedication to her grandchildren.
Hi, how are the grandchildren? Oh, they're doing fine, thank you.
I don't know how you do it.
Love get you through.
The way that Elva presented herself outside the home was a very likable person. She was able to give this perception that she was a caring grandmother.
For the next 4 years, the 4 children live with Elva.
Elva treated the oldest and youngest child, 11 and 4 years old, very well.
The very youngest, he was treated like the little prince in the house. He was well-dressed, well-kept.
But Elva doesn't dote over all the children. 5-year-old Jeffrey and his 6-year-old sister are shunned.
Shut up in there!
There was no heat coming into the room. The window was covered with paper, so you couldn't see outside the window.
They had no access to a bathroom. They lived in their own excrement.
To say they were treated horribly would be a compliment.
Only the little girl is allowed out of her dank room to go to school. But there is no escape from the dark for Jeffrey.
Jeffrey never saw any daylight from the time that he was 18 months of age. And then from that point on, it was just hell.
In this case, with his environment being so filthy, the fact that he was trapped in a room with feces and urine, that his skin was caked with dirt, this meant that the caretaker, upon which this child relies, was not caring for this child in any way.
The years of confinement take their toll on his little body.
This child's growth would be stunted in every way possible. They develop soft bones. Their bones cannot support their muscles. Their bones will fracture easily. Without sunlight, the child doesn't have the psychological and neurological brain development that is necessary.
It's not uncommon for an abusive parent to single out one, in this case 2, children out of a group of children for abuse and neglect. And they do it right in front of the other children and sometimes other people.
The rest of the household turn a blind eye to the children's plight.
The people in the house had entered into some sort of unspoken agreement to not acknowledge what was happening in front of them.
Instead of liberation from an abusive mom, the children are now prisoners.
They put these 4 defenseless children right in Elva's claws.
In the suburbs of Toronto in 2002.
I don't know how you do it. Love get you through.
Elva Bottineau is admired for rearing her 4 grandchildren. Looks can be deceiving, but no one realizes the depth of Elva's deceit.
Shut up, you stinking pigs!
In her care, 5-year-old Jeffrey and his 6-year-old sister endure years of horror.
They lived an appalling life. They were treated as subhuman even by their siblings.
Everything Elva displays to the outside world is a fraud. including her precious child psychology certificates.
Elva, who's always taking various low-life internet courses to enhance her presentation as a good parent.
And grandparenthood is proving quite lucrative, collecting the child support payments.
Her sole purpose, obtaining legal custody of those children, was to subsidize them for income.
She was motivated by money. Those kids were her meal ticket.
So James, how long in Toronto for?
About 6 months, maybe a year.
So are you serious about it?
The home is full of adults, but no one stands up for the children, even when they're starving.
They would eat while sitting on the mat.
Help yourselves.
They would get the scraps from the adults' plates.
Fed like animals, called animals.
They were continuously called pigs. Elva told the other children in the house to refer to them as the pigs.
It's also not uncommon for an abusive or neglectful parent to elicit the participation of siblings of the abused.
Don't go slow.
They were forced to march around the room, the kitchen, in a circle around the kitchen table as a form of exercise.
Abusing a child gives an abusive parent an outlet for what they really feel a need to do, which is be mean and wield power and to dominate a weaker, lesser creature.
Get back to your spot.
It makes them feel good.
Jeffrey's body can't cope with the ongoing abuse and deprivation. Finally, one adult opens his eyes and his mouth.
A young man that was staying in the house commented to Elva that Jeffrey looked very bad.
This kid over here doesn't look too well.
Wasn't doing well, and she should do something about it.
Shouldn't you take him to the hospital or something?
No, she told him not to meddle.
She's not refusing because she doesn't see that he needs it. She's refusing because she's starting to get afraid she's going to get caught.
If she had gotten help or let anyone help Jeffrey, what she was doing would have been exposed and she would have lost it.
On November 30th, 2002, after 4 years of abuse, Jeffrey's misery ends.
He crawled up the stairs slowly because he could barely walk. Went into his room, lay down, and waited. And finally stopped breathing. He died of sepsis.
He weighed more when he was 18 months of age than he did at the time of his death.
Finally, Elva calls 911. The paramedics arrive to find a cold body.
Jeffrey's eyes were open, his lips were blue. He was lifeless.
Elva's not talking, but a homicide investigation reveals everything they need to know.
What ended up being uncovered within the files were criminal records. And these criminal records went back to 1970.
Elva is a serial child abuser. Herself a teen mom, Elva's first victim is her baby daughter.
Why can't you just stop crying?
Her first daughter died mysteriously of pneumonia when she was only 5 months old. Post-mortem investigation revealed bruises that were classic signs of child abuse. Elva pleaded guilty.
2 more of Elva's children are also abused in 1978. This time by her husband, Norman Kidman.
One of the creepiest things of the story is that the 2 children that Norman abused had also been kept in cages, treated like dogs, tied with dog chains, etc.
I mean, this was all typical of exactly what Jeffrey had gone through.
In April 2006, Elva Bottineau and Norman Kidman are convicted of second-degree murder and forcible confinement. Both are sentenced to life in prison. The horror of Jeffrey's life has a far-reaching effect. The Ontario Child and Family Services Act is changed to ensure background checks are done on all caregivers. Something that could have saved Jeffrey.
I feel haunted by Jeffrey's life because the tools to prevent those kids from going into the clutches of that couple were within the files of the agency.
Little Jeffrey's death does save one life, his sister's.
She was in barely better condition than Jeffrey. She had barely escaped with her life.
No little child was really safe in Elva's care as long as one of them would be available for her to abuse. When that child was gone, she would have turned to another.
Is you on top there too?
A divorce doesn't always solve a couple's problems.
She clearly became more and more bitter.
Anger and resentment can linger.
Rekha was also incredibly jealous.
And sometimes the consequences are unimaginable.
There are no words to describe how horrible this crime is.
In the quiet rural village of Streatham, England, in 2007. 41-year-old divorcee Rekha Kumari Baker struggles to cope with being a single mom.
Rekha's divorce from her husband was pretty traumatic, and there was a lot of bitterness on the part of Rekha.
Caring for her daughters, 16-year-old Davina and 13-year-old Jasmine,
Now! Ready to go?
seems more of a burden than a blessing.
She gave the impression that she was not a mother who enjoyed being a parent.
Rekha was never going to win any awards for being Mother of the Year, but she was okay until the divorce.
Hello. Hi.
On the surface, Rekha has moved on. She has a new boyfriend, a wealthy businessman.
It must have seemed at the beginning like a dream relationship for Rekha because this guy had enough money that he was able to contribute towards her mortgage and the upkeep of her house.
But it is still not a happy home. Eldest daughter, Davina, and mom are drifting apart.
This reeks of alcohol and cigarettes. Okay.
There were tensions. Her and Davina were certainly at loggerheads on occasions.
Davina was a typical 16-year-old schoolgirl. Yeah, she had arguments with her mother. She was quite rebellious.
But Rekha is not a mom to be toyed with.
Davina's unhappiness at home with Rekha all came to a head when mother and daughter had a furious row, and Rekha decided to chuck her out of the house.
You can go and live with him.
And she ended up moving back in with her father.
She's going. Now.
It must have been very difficult for them as sisters because they wanted to support themselves and each other.
Meanwhile, Dad's found a new love. He and his girlfriend welcomed Davina with open arms.
David's relationship with Davina was clearly very close.
The stable home life is just what Davina needs. The rebellious teen settles down.
Davina, by all accounts, was much happier once she moved in with her father, David.
Everyone is happy except Rekha.
Hello?
Is Davina there?
Rekha, calm down.
Rekha had a very complicated relationship with her two daughters. She loved them, but it turned into a love-hate relationship. She wouldn't let them go, but she really didn't want them around.
Is your tart there too?
Nor does Rekha want her daughter around her ex's new woman.
That's ridiculous. If Davina lives here, of course they're going to spend time together.
Rekha's reaction to her ex-husband's new love caused even more friction with her ex-husband because he couldn't understand why Rekha felt such animosity towards this woman who'd come along long after their divorce.
That's all right.
The facts are David had moved on in his life. He had a partner, and he had a good relationship with his daughters.
Rekha's anger is taking its toll on her relationship, too.
To us?
Rekha, this isn't going to work.
He decided he wanted to end the relationship with Rekha.
But I love you. If you go, I've got nothing.
Don't be ridiculous.
The relationship had run its course. It had been good, but he was moving on in life.
The despair of a second lost love is more than Rekha can handle.
She really found herself in the gutter emotionally.
Some people fare well after a divorce, some don't. Rekha fell into the second category. Rekha started unraveling.
All these things were combining to create this perfect storm, which in the end erupted in the most horrific manner.
In sleepy Streatham, England,
I don't want her around Davina.
single mother, 41-year-old Rekha Kumari Baker is caught in an emotional storm, the angst of a divorce,
She's going. Now.
the challenges of raising two teenage daughters, and then her hope of happiness walks out the door when her boyfriend dumps her.
Rekha was devastated by the end of her relationship and started sending obsessive texts, lots and lots of them, begging him to come back to her. She was struggling.
The divorce from her husband changed the status of her life, financially, emotionally, and it set her on a path of destruction.
June 12, 2007. Rekha sets in motion a meticulous plan. She picks up her eldest daughter from her exes and takes both girls shopping. Mom's in a generous mood. The girls can buy what they want.
It must have surprised them enormously. This was something completely out of character.
They were both happy, they were both laughing, they were both okay.
Rekha's generosity is carefully calculated. She keeps Davina out so late, it's impractical for her to go home to Dad. She spends the night with Mom.
And this was a very important part of that plan because she needed to guarantee that both her daughters stayed at her house that night.
You look beautiful in your tops today, Jazzy.
Night. Love you.
Love you too.
The girls had had a great time. They went to bed happily.
Now, Rekha will get her revenge. But it won't be taken out on her exes. It will be closer to home.
She goes back upstairs and she enters Davina's room.
And immediately started a frenzied attack.
Davina had defensive wounds.
But she continued stabbing her daughter over and over again, and in the end, there were 39 stab wounds. Armed with these same two knives, she then entered the bedroom of her younger daughter. And she began another frenzied attack. Jasmine, unlike her older sister, didn't even have time to fight back, and she received 29 stab wounds.
There are no words to describe how horrible this crime is. That a mother who was not mentally ill would stab to death children she had raised for well over a decade.
Still covered in her daughter's blood, Rekha writes a note explaining the inexplicable.
Rekha says she murdered the two girls so that they would never be hurt by anyone.
She seemed to be blaming the men in her life for the reason why she killed her daughters.
And she talks about how she couldn't allow her daughters to be hurt as she had been hurt.
Rekha turns herself in to the police, but pleads temporary insanity. At trial, she offers no evidence of mental illness.
There is no evidence in anything that Rekha has ever done which would have indicated that she could have reacted so violently. There's nothing.
The jury agrees. In 2007, Rekha Kumari Baker is found guilty of double murder.
The jury only took 35 minutes to find Rekha guilty of the murder of both her daughters. She received a double mandatory life sentence. That means a minimum of 33 years in prison, one of the longest sentences ever given to a woman in Britain.
Rekha is eligible for parole in 2040. Everyone searches for some explanation, but the only conclusion is pure hate.
The judge didn't believe she was mentally ill when she killed her daughters, stabbing them each 30 times. This was a revenge murder. But she didn't kill the target of her anger. She killed what he loved. Rekha's need to hurt trumped her need to love her daughters and take care of them. It's that simple.
These deadly women were cowards. They targeted the helpless. Harina Roberts stole the lives of a mother and baby to keep her man. Elva Botno tortured her grandchildren for welfare money. And Rekha Kumari Baker murdered her teenage daughters for the ultimate revenge. These deadly women had no nurturing spirit. They killed without pity. A woman with plenty of charm.
Big smiles.
Easily attracts friends. They can't see her cold heart.
They are a one-person wrecking crew.
Two femme fatales don't pick on someone their own size.
He couldn't raise his arms high enough to protect his head.
It's great to have a girl in the house again.
The price of accepting a helping hand is life.
If you're pushed, there is no surviving this fall.
And a young woman's good looks are matched by her temper.
She bit him so violently, it was like somebody taking a chunk out of an apple.
These deadly women aren't made of sugar and spice. They are vicious vixens. In 1990, Salem, Oregon.
To kill. No, it's two.
29-year-old Tracy Lee Poirier is celebrating.
Make him cheeky, you know what I mean?
Really cheeky.
Tonight, she toasts freedom.
Tracy had just been released from a women's correctional facility in Salem.
Oh, damn, that's good. Yeah, keep him coming.
She had been there incarcerated for 2 years prior for burglary of a car.
Hey, wow. Nah, here's to that.
But old habits die hard.
As soon as she got out of the facility, she immediately stole another car.
Really cute haircut.
And happened to run into a friend that she knew from the past, Tamara Upton.
Tracy's old acquaintance, 27-year-old Tamara, seems happy to see her. Tamara's gay.
Since I don't know when.
Tracy's bisexual. And there's an immediate spark.
Tamara seemed to be less self-confident, have a low self-esteem, more of a follower. Tracy became quite adept at using her charm to get what she wanted, and she knew how to use it very well.
Tracy has a strong need to be in control because for a long time, she never was.
You're weak! That's what you are! You're weak!
Growing up in the 1960s in Cicero, Illinois, 5-year-old Tracy is scared most of the time.
She didn't grow up with a very good role model in the home.
Her mother was an alcoholic. Her mother's boyfriend abused Tracy as well as her mother.
Tracy's first memory of men is one of abuse. As a child, she's powerless.
Her path was determined, and it wasn't going to be good.
As she grows, Tracy finds a way to gain control by taking what she wants when she wants it.
Tracy was in and out of the juvenile justice system, and she did have a history for stealing cars and petty crimes.
Tamara, by contrast, is more reactionary. She too has an abusive upbringing, but develops her own way to deal with fear, violence.
Tamara had a habit of abusing people physically that caused her to feel angry or jealous. And almost anything caused her to feel angry or jealous.
But tonight, there's no jealousy. This duo just wants to have fun. And Tracy has the perfect plan. A road trip.
Tracy told Tamara that she had just stolen a car. So as soon after that, they started their 130-mile trek to Roseburg.
The small town of Roseburg, Oregon, is host to another traveler that day.
Don't worry, it looks fine. Just keep looking at the camera, just keep your hair back.
Portrait photographer, 34-year-old Donald Fish.
He had just worked in a neighboring town and was to spend about 2 weeks here in Roseburg selling those portraits.
Although small in stature, Donald is big in character.
Okay, smile. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, maybe flip the hair to the side. And beautiful.
His family and his friends found him very, very inspirational. He did not let his size get in the way of his relationships with other folks.
Maybe low key.
On July 3rd, 1990, all three travelers cross paths in a local bar.
Tamara and Tracy were hard to miss. In Roseburg, it was very difficult to find a lesbian couple.
Tracy doesn't just use her charm on women.
Want to see a bit more of that?
She enjoys playing men, too, for drinks and money.
Sex was a way to pass the time for these two women, whether it was with each other or entertaining two men or ripping someone off. Sex was a part of it.
While sizing up various prey around the bar, one customer gets their attention.
Donald was basically playing the pool shark. He was schmoozing and winning at pool games and cleaning up money-wise. The girls noticed this and noticed his size, of course, and decided that he would make a good target for robbery.
Donald feels he's on a winning streak.
You around?
Sure.
On and off the table.
Cheers.
But with Tracy and Tamara, he's in double trouble.
Oh, that's good.
If you're in a bar and two women seem exceedingly interested in you, it might not be your charm. It might be your wallet. Beware.
On July 3rd, 1990, in a bar in Roseburg, Oregon, pool shark Donald Fish is stinging patrons on the table. He's cleaning up. Now it's his turn to be stung.
Did you hear that, Samara? He takes pictures. That's lovely.
The women were flirting with Donald in the bar. They were drinking drinks, playing pool.
29-year-old Tracy Lee Poirier and 27-year-old Tamara Upton plan to take Donald for all he's got, if they can lure him from the bar.
Because he was a small man, he was easy to target.
Sounds good to me.
Eventually, the girls invited Donald out to continue with the flirting. At least that's what Donald thought.
Really?
To your hot girls.
Once alone in Tracy's stolen car, the mood starts to change. The girls go in for the kill.
Tamara took out a kitchen knife and showed it to Donald and made the statement of,
I love blood.
Tamara shoved the knife up his nose and split his nose open, cut it open.
The attack is quick and brutal.
I'm begging you. Please let me go.
Tamara picked up rocks from the riverbed and started striking Donald on the head.
He did not have a chance at all of fighting these women off.
With his arms and legs being so short, he couldn't raise his arms high enough to protect his head.
He was easy prey. He was smaller and weaker. Hungry lions on the Serengeti do it all the time.
Let's get his cash.
Tamara and Tracy take Donald's money. But that's about as far as they have planned.
They placed Donald in the trunk of the car and then drove to a local gas station while they were trying to figure out what to do with him. We have reason to believe that he was probably dead at that time.
Eventually, they decide on the river.
He was dragged about 20 feet to where his body finally rested.
Here, they can be certain their victim is dead.
What?
Tamara actually stood on his head to make sure that he was dead. It was very brutal.
Back on the road, the cashed-up women continue their Thelma and Louise adventure until some bad driving slows them down.
Tracy and Tamara were stopped by the Oregon State Police. The state trooper saw them commit a traffic infraction.
A license plate check reveals the car is stolen, and cops find something else.
They found blood in the trunk.
At the same time, 20 miles away, Donald's body is found on the water's edge.
Someone had told the police that they had seen the ladies playing pool with Donald in the tavern, that they were drinking and flirting, and that's how they got their first lead.
The pair is arrested. Prime suspects in the murder of Donald Fish. Tracy and Tamara make the police work even easier.
They made plenty of admissions to their cellmates about what had happened down on the riverbank.
By saying the things that they said, the ladies gave themselves away.
On July 22nd, 1991, Tracy Lee Poirier is condemned to life, no possibility of parole for murder, kidnapping, and robbery. 4 months later, Tamara Upton also receives life without parole. Few can believe such a defenseless man is brutally killed for petty cash.
Tracy and Tamara didn't have to kill Donald to take his money. They could have simply taken it and left town.
Some think robbery isn't the real reason for murdering Donald Fish. It is 2 damaged lives brought together by chance.
I don't believe the crime would have happened if these 2 women had not crossed paths. The chemistry, the personalities were such that they just created this evilness together.
Tracy was always looking for trouble, and she found it.
San Diego, California, 1986. There's been a wedding, but for this young couple, no honeymoon.
We could go hiking or maybe check out the zoo.
Slow down, honey. I'll leave in 2 days.
I'm gonna miss you.
For 18-year-old Dina Wild, every moment with new husband, 20-year-old Jay, is precious.
Like, you know, all starry-eyed young couples. Oh, I'm gonna go off and live with him, and it's going to live happily ever after.
But Jay is in the Navy, and their time together will soon end.
He was transitioning out of San Diego to go out at sea.
Dina moved from Kentucky to San Diego to be with her husband, but soon finds herself alone in a new city without family or friends.
I think Dina felt abandoned by him. I think she felt like she was cut adrift. And she's miserable and lonely.
Dina misses her family. But then a chance meeting with 30-year-old Jimmy Coates changes everything.
I wish I had one.
He's real friendly.
Dina was very trusting and looking for anyone who would take an interest in her.
Jimmy and his family feel sorry for the lonely teen. His mother, 50-year-old Virginia, and third husband Billy Joe McGinnis open their home to her.
He would do anything for Virginia. And to everyday John Doe out there would just send, she's just a kind woman.
Dina is invited to stay over while her husband's away. She jumps at the chance.
Who's this little darling?
Virginia took on the mothering role, and she won her trust.
That's Cynthia, my daughter.
There is a special place in Virginia's heart for girls.
Didn't know you had a daughter.
I don't anymore. She died.
Her only daughter, Cynthia, is killed in a tragic accident 14 years earlier.
Virginia's 3-year-old daughter ran out to play, and she was in the barn and must have got her neck caught in the rope and fell.
That was a horrible accident.
I'm so sorry.
She died hanging by her neck.
It's great to have a girl in the house again.
Virginia treats Dina more like a surrogate daughter than a house guest. April 2nd, 1987. The new friends decide to go on a road trip to an iconic California landmark. the famous tourist attraction, Big Sur.
It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. It looks like prehistoric America. These jagged cliffs that go plummeting virtually straight down to rocks where the ocean roars in.
But that day will change all of their lives.
The area they pulled off, it's a turnout. You have a drop straight down for 800, 900 feet.
It's the perfect backdrop for scenic photos.
Virginia pulls out a camera and starts taking photographs of Dina with BJ at the edge of the cliff.
Come on, big smiles.
The only thing matching Big Sur's beauty is its danger.
That gravel down there is very slippery. It's like walking on marbles. If you get too close to the edge, it goes right out from underneath you and you're gone. When they turned to walk back to the car, she was no longer standing there.
There is no surviving this fall. It's hundreds of feet through brambles and nasty, sharp rocks and trees that wouldn't stop your fall. Dina ends up mangled and dead at the foot of the cliff.
Virginia's surrogate daughter is lost.
Help! Help! Take me alive!
They immediately report it. And she's crying, and they're upset.
Everybody believes it is a tragic accident. Another victim of the treacherous cliffs. Until investigators take a closer look at Virginia.
And that's when it got more dark, more Baroque, almost like a Southern Gothic mystery.
San Diego, 1987. 19-year-old Dina Wild is a Navy wife, alone in a strange city with no friends. Then, 50-year-old Virginia Reardon comes along.
It's great to have a girl in the house again.
Dina was taken under Virginia's wing, and she was living under her roof.
Come on, one more.
Virginia and her husband, Billy Joe, take Dina to see the majestic Big Sur. It ends in tragedy.
Dina went down over the edge.
The slippery cliff tops can easily explain the accident, except for what Virginia does next.
Dina's policies are ready. We'll just get you to sign.
Within a week, Virginia had gone down to claim the $35,000 insurance policy that she had taken out on the deceased.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Virginia's greed is one of the things that sent up red flags that this wasn't an accident, that it was a murder, but she just couldn't stop herself.
Only weeks before the fall, Virginia insures Dina's life. It is too much of a coincidence for Dina's grieving mother.
Thank God for mother's love. She hires an attorney who starts doing his own digging.
Every stone he looks under, it just gets worse. It gets worse and worse and worse, and the portrait that emerges is of a woman who is an utterly ruthless psychopath.
Virginia turns out to be a serial insurance claimant.
She was making her living off of insurance claims. She found the golden goose that laid the eggs. She knew how to manipulate the system.
Rebuild it? Are they kidding?
Arson is a good provider for Virginia and Billy Joe.
What can you do?
A lot.
Among other things, they burned down the family home.
Can't rebuild that.
She was always thinking ahead, always planning something new to make more money.
Police investigate the death of her daughter, Cynthia, in 1972. She, too, is insured, and the case haunts the investigating officer for 20 years.
He says, I've never closed the case in my mind. I closed it officially, but it's always been open. Something was really wrong.
Virginia received a life insurance payout. Who insures a 3-year-old? In this case, a killer.
Virginia is now a prime suspect in Dina's death. Police piece together what really happens on that fateful day at Big Sur. Virginia slips Dina a Mickey.
They found a drug called amitriptyline in her system. Makes you a little woozy and dizzy.
Being lightheaded on the cliff face is dangerous enough. But Dina isn't expecting to walk across jagged rocks. She's wearing high heels.
Must be those shoes she got on.
Based upon the narcotics in her system, the sleeping medication,
Close it together.
did she really know and comprehend where she was at?
Come on, big smiles.
Dina is just an insurance policy, waiting to be cashed in.
Virginia asked BJ to throw Dina off the cliff, but it seems he had trouble doing that. And Virginia had to come in.
You know, there was tragic evidence of struggling and suffering. Her hands were all chewed up. She'd obviously been grabbing on branches and brambles and rocks on her way down.
Dina, as a person, only meant a paycheck to Virginia.
It takes 2 years for police to get enough evidence to charge the couple with murder. Billy Joe doesn't stand trial. He dies behind bars, awaiting his day in court. In 1994, Virginia Reardon is convicted of murder and sentenced to life without parole.
She was a cold-blooded, sick lady. Looking her in the eye was not a pleasant experience.
Virginia can't do any more harm. She dies in prison in June 2011. For years, the only importance Virginia gives to anything or anyone is in the form of an insurance payout.
Virginia Reardon was a very dangerous woman because really anyone around her that she saw as a payday, their days were numbered.
On a winter's night in England, a tragic incident of road rage.
The fat guy who got out of the car started attacking Lee.
It was a brutal, sustained, ferocious attack.
I didn't realize he used a knife on Lee.
A young couple attacked for no reason.
This was a blooded, disheveled, distressed woman.
A horrific tale. But is it true? In Alvechurch, Worcestershire, in the 1980s. Appearance means everything to teenager Tracy Andrews.
She took great delight in being a jaw-dropping sight.
She has high hopes. Her good looks will bring her fame and fortune.
She dreamed of being a model. She had the picture portfolio made up, you know, beautifully done, airbrushed, nicely presented.
But it's just a teen dream. By the age of 22, Tracy's living a mundane life with her boyfriend and baby. Hardly the attention she craves.
The image she presented would be of quite a demure young woman. In fact, she was completely the opposite.
I think Tracy has narcissistic personality disorder. In short, that means it's all about me. She's insecure to her very bones.
Tracy is jealous of anything and anyone. Her boyfriend learns this the hard way.
You seen my wallet?
Going to see a tart?
Don't be crazy. Meeting the boys.
Tracy pulled out a kitchen knife and brandished it at him. Tracy was extremely volatile and could be extremely aggressive.
Go then!
I bloody will!
People with narcissistic personality disorder not only have to be the center of attention, they create drama in their lives. They are a one-person wrecking crew.
Tracy's temper leads to a string of failed relationships, but she has no trouble attracting new men.
She was always, of course, very well made up.
She presented as quite an attractive figure who might turn a head or two.
When 23-year-old Lee Harvey meets Tracy, it's love at first sight.
Lee had, like Tracy, wanted to be a model. And they were both very conscious of their good looks. They had this overwhelming attraction for each other.
Tracy's ex-boyfriend tries to warn Lee that looks can be deceiving.
You saying Tracy?
Yeah. What'd you ask?
A word of warning, mate. Never turn your back on her during an argument.
But Lee is too smitten to care.
Why'd you say that?
Once she found someone she liked, it became very intense very quickly.
As long as Tracy is the center of Lee's world, she's happy. The question is, how much attention does she need?
She cannot tolerate sharing attention with anyone.
With Lee, Tracy may have met her match.
Tracy Andrews had a ferocious temper. I think it would be wrong to suggest that Lee Harvey didn't also have his moments. Verbally, he probably gave as good as he got.
Standing up to Tracy's rage is a game that Lee is willing to play.
Certainly Tracy intimidated him. But there was another side to their relationship. Tracy was very active sexually.
Women like Tracy are known to be really good in bed. They have to be. No man would put up with their stuff if they weren't.
Being in love with Tracy is like riding a roller coaster.
Can I make it up to you?
Lee must decide if it is worth the risks.
Crazy women are a lot of fun until they're suddenly not.
In 1996, Alvechurch, England, the relationship between 27-year-old Tracy Andrews and 25-year-old Lee Harvey is passionate but volatile.
They had the capacity to bring out the best in each other and the worst in each other.
But it's Tracy's intense insecurity that overwhelms the union.
She would use any means in her power to keep her man, and was hugely insecure that it was all going to end.
Tracy resorts to the worst kind of emotional deceit.
It's all my fault.
No, it isn't.
She tells Lee she's had a miscarriage.
It's okay, darling. We can try again.
But leaves out one crucial detail.
The loss of the child was a deliberate act of abortion as opposed to a mishap.
Tracy won't even share Lee with his own flesh and blood. Her possessive nature is getting worse.
Intense, demanding, smothering, all-consuming.
Lee can't even talk to a woman without Tracy exploding.
Tracy Andrews is a one-woman hurricane, level 5.
Buy me a bloody drink for this.
She bit him so violently on the neck that it was like somebody taking a chunk out of an apple.
Without exception, she was the physical aggressor.
Regardless of how violent the attack, Lee refuses to strike back or leave.
Maybe he kept thinking he could fix her. Maybe he thought if he was just a better boyfriend, she would calm down.
December 1st, 1996. Driving home from a night out, an argument like no other.
It had not been an easy day for either of them. trouble was brewing.
I'm saying you can't, okay?
Get it,
That's
get
how
it.
I feel about it. You can't voice it anymore.
Drive yourself home.
Lee makes a mistake. He turns his back.
Something happened that caused a sudden eruption of violence.
She began stabbing him. She stabbed him repeatedly.
A person like Tracy can't stop and won't stop until she's ready. She goes into what's known as a red zone.
She severed the carotid artery and the jugular vein. Those injuries would have bled from the neck like a fountain.
From that moment, he was a dead man.
Lee Harvey dies on the roadside of 42 stab wounds.
It was a shocking event. Utterly shocking.
Immediately after, Tracy is quick to her feet.
Help me! Help! Need an ambulance! Help me!
She blames a case of road rage and mystery attackers.
The fat guy who got out of the car started attacking Lee. I didn't realize he
Everybody
used a
who
knife
dealt
on
with
Lee.
her believed she was telling the truth. She was the victim as much as him.
The story places Tracy as a victim, but as police investigate, Tracy's claim of a road rage attack begins to unravel.
She was covered in blood. It was everywhere.
According to Tracy, the blood comes from cradling Lee's body after the attack. Forensic tests suggest something else.
The blood spatter on her jumper had to have come when she was in close range of Lee Harvey, when the blood was coming out of his neck. The only candidate for sustaining blood of that kind is the stabber. It destroyed her account that the attack had really finished by the time she got out of the car, and that's where it damaged her.
On July 29th, 1997, Tracy Andrews is convicted of the murder of Lee Harvey. After serving 14 years, she is released on parole in 2011.
I don't think 14 years in prison is enough for taking the life of a young person. Not at all. I also don't think it's long enough for her to change.
For years, Tracy battles her temper and loses. Until, tragically, her emotions take the one partner who loved her, temper and all.
This was Tracy giving away, as she had so many times before, to her fury, but this time with fatal results.
Tracy found the perfect man for her. Lee apparently loved her and wanted to be with her and was willing to put up with her physical attacks. And now he's dead.
These deadly women were cruel killers. Tracy Lee Poirier and Tamara Upton preyed on the defenseless. Virginia Reardon's maternal mask hid her greedy intent. And Tracy Andrews savaged the man who loved her. All these women devastated lives with brutality no one could endure. They were vicious vixens. Some teens want to grow up too quickly for their own good.
I like you.
And they won't let anyone stand in their way.
So we're doing this alone.
A lovesick girl wants her boyfriend more than grandma.
The only way that we're going to keep this love going is to eliminate Betty.
A lethal alliance turns a straight-A student into a dangerous dropout.
I hate it here.
Nikisha went from being a Girl Scout to a bad scout.
And daddy's little princess becomes mommy's predator.
People don't die quickly. They will put up a struggle.
These deadly women trade their school books for brutality. They are mean teens. The rural community of Saugerties in the Hudson Valley, New York, 1993. Betty Gardner is mom and dad to her 2 granddaughters, 12-year-old Wendy and 10-year-old Kathy.
She loved them. Everyone around said they were well-fed, well-clothed, well-educated.
That's lovely indeed.
Betty believes children need love and discipline in equal doses.
My results.
She was very strict with the children.
She lived by the old adage, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Oh my, all A's and B's.
Grandma's efforts pay off. The girls excel in school and music, especially Wendy.
She was an overachiever, a kid to watch as she went into middle school and then into high school.
She was doing her homework, she was playing soccer, she was playing the flute.
In the summer of 1994, young Wendy's life turns upside down when she connects with a local boy, 15-year-old James Evans.
He was 6'2", 175 pounds. He was known as a bully in the neighborhood. He constantly was in trouble with the police.
He certainly was a rebellious teenager, almost the cliche of a rebellious teenager.
Wendy is drawn to the wild boy.
Wendy was ripe for the pickings for anyone to come along, especially a young boy, and show her attention.
Hey, wanna go for a walk?
Things suddenly sparked between them, and the world totally changed for Wendy, and probably for James, too. Wendy went from being a child to suddenly being someone who was the center of somebody else's universe.
Wendy wants to be a rebel, too.
Wendy suddenly blossomed into a young woman. To say that she was sex-starved, I think, would be over-exaggerating, but she was certainly very interested in James.
Come on, you two.
Wendy loves her new look. Betty does not. She sees a mirror image of her own wayward daughter, the girl's mother.
Her mother was an addict and had been a prostitute.
Both Wendy's parents were drug addicts, heroin addicts actually, and alcoholics.
Fortunately, Grandma gets custody of the toddlers and thinks she's rescued them. Now she's worried.
Betty would unfortunately tell Wendy that she was going to end up like her mother.
You don't want to end up like your mother.
She frequently taunted Wendy that she was going to grow up to be just like her wretched mother. That's a real bad thing to say to a kid.
Grandma's perfect little girl is gone. Day and night.
She got this thrill out of turning from a good girl into a bad girl.
Wendy? Wendy, get in here now.
Betty Gardner was alarmed that Wendy was seeing any boy, let alone James.
Where have you been?
It's none of your business.
How dare you?
The once loving relationship is now volatile.
James Evans had some sort of potion that turned her from Dr. Jekyll into Mr. Hyde.
The teen lovers are inseparable.
They started having sex when Wendy was still 12 years old. She really liked sex. They had sex once or twice a day for the whole time they were together. Their relationship was like Velcro. Once they attach to each other, they're attached to each other completely.
I need pee.
I'll come too.
Betty repeatedly did things to try to keep them apart.
You're not going. You can't do anything. I can put you in care.
Betty finally realized that she just couldn't deal with Wendy on her own. And so she started looking for help.
Betty turns to the New York family courts. She wants Wendy declared a person in need of supervision.
It's an extreme step. It's a very big step for someone who's raised a child for 10 years.
Wendy's grandmother is essentially saying, I give up, I can't control her. That would mean Wendy would be taken out of the house.
She thought that it was going to be the end of her relationship with James.
Wendy will never let that happen. 1994, the rural community of Saugerties, New York. For a decade, Betty Gardner raises her daughter's children, 13-year-old Wendy and her younger sister, Kathy, 11.
I don't think that she realized how big a responsibility it was going to be.
Betty's relationship with Wendy hits rock bottom when the local rebel, 15-year-old James Evans, comes on the scene.
Sometimes young girls are attracted to the bad boys because that allows them to be bad as well. And that's exciting for them.
At Christmas, Wendy runs away to James's home. As a token of Christmas spirit, Wendy calls her grandma to let her know where she is.
Hey, Grams. Merry Christmas. I'm at James's. Is it okay if I stay here again tonight?
This is not acceptable to her. She told her to come home.
I'm staying here no matter what you say.
This did not make for a merry Christmas time.
What had been a terrible relationship with her grandmother, it just goes into a totally different dimension. And she starts talking to James about what they can do.
The brooding teens now plot their next move. They start crazy talk about murder.
Just want to kill her so bad.
If I kill her...
They talked about it for 3 solid days. She egged him on.
But I don't think you'll do it.
Wanna bet?
They kind of reinforced each other as they discussed the possibility of killing Wendy's grandmother.
December 28th. The teens pay Betty a belated Christmas visit.
Wendy went over, turned off the TV.
What's going on here?
Shut up.
Get out of my house.
So we're doing this as well?
Just do it.
Little sister Kathy is dragged upstairs.
The last thing Kathy saw was her grandmother with James Evans' hands around her neck.
To drown out the sound of her grandmother dying, Wendy started singing Jingle Bells.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Wendy Gardner didn't try to stop him. Just think about hearing noises coming from a woman who's being strangled and not doing anything about it. He took a kite string, wrapped it around her neck, and put his foot on the back of her neck to hold her head down, and pulled and pulled and pulled until she started bleeding.
Is it done?
Yeah, she's gone.
With Betty out of the way, the teens take control of the eyewitness.
That's when they started threatening Kathy. That if she told anyone or she did anything about this, or if she screamed or ran away, they were going to kill her too.
James and Wendy drag Grandma's body to the garage and dump it in the trunk of Betty's car. Then celebrate in the most macabre way.
They did something very strange.
I think the fact that Wendy and James were able to have sex right at the crime scene tells me that they just didn't give a damn.
For the next 3 days, the murderous duo goes shopping with Grandma's money in her car.
I don't know what James and Wendy were thinking in those next couple of days, but they certainly weren't thinking of getting away with the crime. Grandma was in the trunk.
Kathy is never out of their sight.
They threatened Kathy. They said to her,
How's it feel to be with two murderers?
the little girl was terrified.
Early in the morning of New Year's Eve, Kathy gets a chance to escape.
Kathy wakes up and realizes that everybody else is asleep. And she's a brave, brave kid because she managed to get out of the house and run over to a neighbor's house. That was the beginning of the end.
Horrified neighbors call the police, and soon Wendy tells all.
She goes through detail after detail. It was cold-hearted, it was blood-curdling, it was no remorse, it was just horrible.
In July 1997, James Evans is convicted of second-degree murder. He is sentenced to 9 years to life in prison and is eligible for parole in August 2013.
James did the deed, but Wendy put the string in his hand.
I don't think James Evans would have ever killed Betty Gardner if it wasn't for Wendy.
In February 1997, the jury agrees. Wendy Gardner is also found guilty of second-degree murder. Her sentence, a minimum of 7 years, 10 months.
This was not a crime of passion. Wendy killed the one person in the world on whom she was dependent for shelter, food, love, and care.
In 2004, at the age of 23, Wendy is released. Some believe she's grown out of her problems and is a changed woman.
Wendy Gardner worked very hard on rehabilitating herself and tried to become a contributing member of society. I don't think that we should have to fear her anymore.
Others have their doubts.
Wendy, I would never trust. I would never trust her. She's got a bad seed in her.
When teenage angst boils over.
But I hate it here.
What it says to me is rage. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
And finds a willing accomplice.
She was just trying to help a friend.
Something wicked is sure to follow.
Almost the ultimate act of betrayal. Almost something out of Shakespeare.
Max Meadows, Virginia, a close-knit mountain community.
It's a great place to raise a family. We have good schools. Everybody knows everybody. Violent crime is way out of the norm here.
A perfect place for single mother, 40-year-old Vaughn Thomas.
Cookies and cream or chocolate?
And her daughter, 12-year-old Nakisha Waddell.
I'm thinking both.
By all appearances, she did have a normal family life.
In fact, she had a rather good one.
There you go.
Everyone's crazy about this movie.
I hope it's funny.
She was a Girl Scout and a good girl.
In 2002, Nakisha has everything going for her, except her size.
Nakisha was a large girl. She was probably close to 6 feet tall. I think other kids picked on her, made fun of her at school because she was so big.
Being the target of bullies takes an emotional toll. Nakisha is soon an unhappy girl.
And she ended up hanging out with people that just accepted her.
Don't worry about them.
She finds a friend and protector
I'm Annie.
in 15-year-old Annie Belcher.
You could tell that she had more of a deviant mentality than Nakisha.
Lonely Nakisha latches on to Annie and her idea of fun.
What? Don't want me. Open the door.
But Nakisha's mom feels she's losing her daughter.
What are you two up to?
Nothing. The only thing you allow me to do?
Vaughn was a loving mother. They was actually pretty close up until the time she started running with Annie Belcher. Annie and Nakisha both had some problems at school. Their grades had began to slip. It was suspected that they were beginning to use some illegal drugs.
By the age of 14, Nakisha is no longer the outgoing achiever. She's a disobedient dropout.
You can't lie here all day.
Why?
Her mother did discipline her. She wasn't beaten or anything of that nature, but her mistakes were pointed out to her.
It's not unusual for teenage girls, especially between 13 and 17, to have a lot of conflict with their mom. It usually gets worked out one way or the other. Not this time.
Angry with her mom, Nakisha fantasizes her absent dad can solve her problems.
Nakisha did have contact with her biological father. There may have been some perceived resentment from Vaughn that she was talking to her biological father too much.
It's not unusual for a teenager who's having trouble with a single parent that they're living with to fantasize how wonderful life would be with the other parent. But that almost never works out.
Nakisha's fixation with her dad fuels the fire between mother and daughter.
I want to move in with Dad.
Absolutely not.
But I hate it here.
He left you when you were a baby.
When her mother said, your father never wanted you. It was more than she could bear. And it destroyed her fantasy. And she wanted to destroy her mother for saying it.
You don't understand.
Teenage anger is common, but the rage Nikisha feels is not.
I think it was just a lot of anger built up in her. Really a lot of anger over the course of the last year or two.
And it was more than Nikisha could take.
Max Meadows, Virginia, is a quiet mountain community. But in the spring of 2004, there is no peace in Vaughn Thomas's home. Her 14-year-old daughter, Nikisha Waddell, is going through the terrible teens. Nikisha seeks comfort online and meets her very first boyfriend.
He's a hunk, right?
She did not know this guy. She'd never seen this guy. But Nikisha spent a fair amount of time on the computer with this individual.
And she wanted to go visit with him, and her mother wouldn't allow her to do so because she was 14 years old.
How much money have you got?
Like 100?
Yeah. I guess Victor will pay for things.
Yeah.
But Nikisha is determined to go. She just needs to clean up a few loose ends.
And that's when they pretty much waited on the mother to come home.
On May 28, 2004,
Have you thought about this afternoon?
she says goodbye to her mom
A little bit?
for the last time.
Are you excited?
Oh, you scared me. Why aren't you at school?
Once he came in the door and found out that she had not gone to school that day, they got in a verbal argument there.
Because I'm running away.
You are ruining your life.
The weapon was a large hunting knife. It's quite long in length.
You don't know anything.
The victim retreated out into the yard to stab some more. Stabbings and cuttings are intensely personal crime. You have to be right up and smell the breath of the person that you're stabbing.
She's put about probably 30-some more stab wounds into her. And I think that came from all the anger built up in her. And she just wanted to make sure she was dead.
43 stab wounds is 42 more than is necessary to kill someone. What it says to me is rage. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
Friend Annie, hiding in the house during the murder, now helps clean up the mess.
Let's take her to the shed.
The two girls dragged the body into an outbuilding at the rear of the property and covered it up with trash.
Nikisha thought a lot about killing her mom, but she didn't think about what to do afterwards. That part eluded her.
The body is one problem. The other is a convincing story.
We should make it look like a burglary.
A rather poor imitation of a burglary. Burglars generally don't ransack and smash things.
Nikisha and Annie start a plan they have no idea how to finish.
The plan was thought out, but disposing of the body was not. They were amateurs. They panicked.
The next morning, Nikisha decides she needs a final resting place for her mother, Vaughn. They try to cremate her with nail polish remover. When that doesn't work, they resort to a crude, shallow grave.
There were just a few logs and sticks lying across it. You could actually see flesh protruding from the grave. It was exposed to the air. The grave was that shallow.
Nikisha hides out at Annie's house. After 2 days, Vaughn's family is missing her. They call the police. This isn't a long investigation for Lieutenant Doug Tuck once he tracks down the victim's daughter.
I said, well, I need to know what's going on. We're trying to find your mother, Vaughn. And she looked at me and she said, she's dead. I killed her. And I said, would you please say that again? It sort of stunned me a little bit. I said, you're saying you killed her? She said, she's dead. I killed her. I buried her in the backyard. I didn't see any tears whatsoever. I was expecting her to break down and show some kind of emotion. She did not do that.
She wasn't sorry for what she had done to her mother. She was worried that she was going to go to jail.
Both teen girls are tried as adults. Accomplice Annie Welcher pleads guilty to second-degree murder and is sentenced to 26 years, with 11 years suspended.
I saw the girls on the day of the trial and still did not show a lot of remorse that I can remember.
Nikisha Waddell pleads guilty to first-degree murder. In June 2005, she is given a 70-year sentence with 35 years suspended. She is eligible for release in 2038. So what made a 14-year-old girl slay her mother in such a brutal fashion? The tiny community of Max Meadows can still barely understand it.
The most shocking part of this crime to me was that there was no really clear motive, that there had been a few arguments up until this happened, but why would you commit a crime this horrific against your mother without having one specific event?
I think Nikisha was motivated to kill her mother at that moment out of anger. But the premeditation was that she simply wanted a better life and thought her mother was the cause of her problems.
When teenage brilliance.
A very bright, manipulative psychopath.
Turns bad.
It shows anger, it shows hatred, it shows total disregard.
No one can stop the wrath.
It was a horrific, horrific time inside that house.
In 1995, 19-year-old Gina Grant is accepted to Harvard, the most prestigious university in the United States.
Gina Grant, cheerleader, first female president of her class. Brilliant.
It's an outstanding achievement and fulfills a promise to her dad.
See, Dad, you knew I could do it.
Her journey to Harvard begins in Lexington, South Carolina.
I'm playing her mirror. I already know her lines. What a dream is here.
Dad Charles has grand plans for his precocious princess.
Y'all study at Hall. It's the best, and y'all the best.
Gina was a very popular young girl. She was very likable, extremely intelligent, very, very bright.
But Dad won't see his daughter's achievements. He dies of cancer before Gina's 12th birthday. The loss of her husband is too much for Gina's mom, Dot.
When her father died of cancer, it seemed to throw the family into a downward spiral. She had a good job. She seemed to be a normal type of person. But when she went home, people said she drank, and she drank a lot.
She had a lot of problems after his death. Emotionally, physically, it worked on her a great deal.
Gina isn't old enough to understand or help Mom.
Turn that down!
It's not my fault you've got a hangover.
But she throws herself into being the best at everything.
She was athletic. I think she played basketball, played tennis on the cheerleading squad.
Oh, my Lord, did you see Sally?
Yeah, I know. What a joke.
Then Gina meets someone who changes her life forever. 15-year-old Jack Hook is hardly Ivy League.
Ready to go when you are.
Jack was not a person that you'd want your daughter dating.
Troublemaker, petty thief. Not the ideal couple.
Gina takes Jack home to meet Mom.
Mom, this is Jack.
I think she chose this boy to upset her mother. The bad boy.
There was a difficult relationship there between Gina and her mother over the relationship with her boyfriend, Jack.
He's bad news.
I like him.
Well, you better start to unlike him.
Probably Gina's mother was right. She shouldn't have been with Jack.
But Gina's determined to see Jack and sneaks out whenever she can.
Where have you been? Why do you care?
Gina even gets more brazen, sneaking Jack into the family home.
She'd take her dog outside for a walk. And depending on what she said, Jack would know if the coast was clear or not for him to come into the house.
And this set the mother off. She didn't like that. And she tried to stop it. She tried to terminate it, put an end to it, see that it never happened again.
We're talking about a 14-year-old girl here, sneaking a boy in to spend the night. Of course Gina's mom would be upset by that. Wouldn't anybody be?
I think that boy became more important to her than anything. And that meant Mom might have to go.
1990, in Lexington, South Carolina. 14-year-old Gina Grant is in a standoff with her mom over her delinquent boyfriend. And her mom's taste for alcohol fuels Gina's antagonism.
I think her mom's behavior might have even embarrassed her.
September 13th, 1990. By nightfall, Dot is already drunk, and her focus is fuzzy. She's a sitting duck for a daughter hell-bent on death.
People don't die quickly. They will put up a struggle. The human body tries valiantly to stay alive. You get bloody. You feel the victim.
Gina's mother was beaten in the back of the head, in the front of the head, all over her arms as she was trying to defend herself.
The fact that there were 13 blows tells us the killer was venting her rage on her mother. Once she started striking her, she couldn't stop.
She could have been pounding rocks, but it was her mother's head.
The straight-A student doesn't flee or hide the body. She has a plan and calls boyfriend Jack to help.
And what's her plan here? Well, that her mother committed suicide.
Gina convinces Jack to thrust a knife into her dead mom's neck.
So much so that you can't pull that knife out of the neck without lifting the lady's body off the floor.
After Jack leaves, Gina calls the police and tries to sell her story of a tragic suicide.
I don't know what happened. She was just acting crazy, and then she had this knife in her hand.
And there she is on the floor with this knife in her neck and with a hand around the handle of the knife, as if someone wanted the officers to think that this woman had plunged that knife into her own neck. That's totally implausible.
The injuries Dot sustained could not have been caused by falling down a carpeted stairs. Basically, the crime scene didn't fit Gina's story.
But Gina thinks she's smarter than the police.
And she is toe-to-toe, nose-to-nose with these officers.
She fell down these stairs, and then...
She's not giving in. She's an intelligent young woman. She's a conniving young woman. She's a devious young woman.
When the evidence contradicts her, Gina just changes her story.
Oh yeah, she says. Let me tell you how it actually happened. And that is the telltale sign of what? A liar.
Gina then tries to blame boyfriend, Jack. But all the evidence points to a daughter brutally taking her mom's life.
Finally, the officers say, "You're not going home tonight. You're gonna stay here in jail because we're charging you with murder."
It's then Gina introduces a new defense. She claims mom's abusive.
The strange thing is, Gina didn't share this information with anybody. So she was either keeping it all in or making it all up.
I don't recall anything in our investigation that indicated any violence or abusive behavior by either one of the two.
Gina Grant and Jack Hook appear before the family court in South Carolina. Jack pleads no contest to accessory after the fact to voluntary manslaughter and spends less than a year in juvenile detention. Gina pleads no contest to voluntary manslaughter. Her time behind bars to be decided by the State Juvenile Parole Board.
An indeterminate sentence to the juvenile prison, not to exceed your 21st birthday.
But just months after being locked up, Gina is out. A judge accepts her family's pleas that she would be better off attending a special school for troubled teens in Boston, close to family support.
They were down in South Carolina saying, we will help, we will help, we will help. Once they get to Massachusetts, within 6 weeks, they don't want anything to do with Gina Ray. And they wash the hands of them. The system up there doesn't do anything, and she's out living on her own. Not serving a sentence, but living on her own.
Gina spends less than a year in custody for killing her mom.
Gina beat the system. Gina manipulated the system. The system failed in this case.
You gotta ask yourself, what is a human life worth when all you serve is months in jail for it?
Four years later, Gina gets the green light for Harvard.
In her application, she makes the claim that she's an orphan.
A teen orphan living on her own, achieving a place at Harvard, makes the newspapers.
Somebody sends Harvard newspaper clippings of what really happened. Once that happened, everything goes wild. It's an explosion. What do we got here? What do we got on our hands? Harvard reaches a decision to withdraw their offer to let her attend.
Gina was smart enough to get into one of the finest universities in the world, but she wasn't smart enough to be truthful on the application. And that's what ultimately hurt her.
These deadly women were callous kids. Wendy Gardner used her love to get rid of Grandma. Nakisha Waddell said, "I hate you" 43 times with Annie Belcher's blessing. And Gina Grant unleashed her rage on the one who loved her most. None showed any mercy. They were mean teens. A mother's role is to love, protect, and nurture. But some moms don't know how. A Missouri woman uses her children for money and freedom.
She was just cold. I mean, Ellen was just cold towards the kids.
A Texas mom's devotion becomes delusional.
It was just one of the most horrific scenes he'd ever seen.
And a young Australian makes a water sacrifice.
It was our first generation why murder, why not?
These deadly women target the most trusting and vulnerable. They are evil guardians. '86, St. Louis, Missouri. 26-year-old Ellen Boehm is tired of the constraints of family life. A young bride to a much older Vietnam veteran. Within 5 years of marrying, Ellen is the mother of 2, with a 3rd baby on the way.
The kids need you here.
You go out. It's my turn.
But to the wrestling?
I don't know if Ellen really wanted to be a mom that quick, but she was. So as like most new moms, she was learning on the fly.
That's Deanne. I'm off.
Ellen's not a typical stay-at-home mom. She's a die-hard wrestling fan. A passion shared with friend Deanne Bond. She remembers those first nights at the wrestling ring where they meet.
Ellen sat behind my husband and I at the professional wrestling matches in St. Louis, so I got acquainted with her that way, and we both enjoyed professional wrestling.
The 2 women have another thing in common: marriage troubles.
I went through my divorce, and we got to talking, and then her marriage was in trouble.
8 months pregnant with her 3rd child, husband Paul drops a bombshell.
Oh, this baby's taking forever.
I'm gonna be at the hospital before you.
What are you talking about?
He told her that when he was in Vietnam, he was exposed to Agent Orange. And the only way he could be cured was he was going to have to go to Texas for treatment.
Doctor says I need urgent tests.
But it is all a lie. Paul is not sick. He is leaving Ellen for another woman.
Very few men leave a wife who's pregnant, but that's what Ellen's husband did.
July 25th, 1986. Ellen gives birth to baby David, alone.
Ellen was not a demonstrative person. I couldn't say she was real loving, but she was good with the kids. Even when things were tough, I mean, as tough as they could get.
And times are tough. Abandoned by her husband, Ellen is left with mounting bills, despite working in an office during the day and delivering pizzas at night.
It always dumped on Ellen. She would get calls from these collected agencies demanding their money, and she's trying to do the best she can with what she makes.
Hello? Yes, I know. Look, I just need a little more time.
Raising 3 children and drowning in debt doesn't stop Ellen from indulging in her favorite pastime: wrestling.
This weekend is gonna be the best.
You're spending all your money on these matches.
Don't worry, Mom. I am planning for one of them to marry me.
It was strange that she was spending the money on wrestling trips when she might need it for everyday life. But at the same time, I could see how much joy and how much fun she was having. It was carefree for her. She didn't have 3 little ones that were tugging at her.
She figured she deserved a little time off to do something for herself. That was her hobby, wrestling.
In 1988, Ellen is forced to file for bankruptcy.
There was no humanly way possible she could keep up and take care of a new family.
Debt and financial hardship are among the most profound stressors in life.
Mommy, where's dinner? I'm hungry.
So is raising 3 children. Ellen had both.
Soon, Ellen's hobby becomes an obsession. Wrestling is more important than friends and family.
Things deteriorated. Wrestling became just so much of her world. It was an escape from reality. It wasn't healthy.
Rather than walk away from her excessive involvement in expensive weekends away watching wrestlers, Ellen chose to indulge her compulsion.
Ellen wants some me time, and she soon finds a way to get it. 1988, St. Louis, Missouri. 28-year-old single mother of 3, Ellen Boehm, is bankrupt.
Look, I just need a little more time.
She was up to her neck in debt and trying to figure a way out of it.
Since her divorce, Ellen's children are more of a burden than a joy.
She was just so overwhelmed, and she's still trying to take care of 3 kids.
Ellen doesn't have the patience to deal with her youngest son, 2-year-old David.
They're all fussy. But moms get over it. Ellen just didn't want to deal with it.
Thanksgiving, November 24th, 1988. Ellen settles her 2 older children in bed. But little David is allowed to stay up.
I can only guess what was going through Ellen's head at that time.
She gets a big cushion off of her couch. Lays it across his chest. And he couldn't breathe.
He had to know that was their mother.
Ellen took little David's life literally in her own hands and snuffed it out.
When Ellen thinks David is dead, she calls for help and says she found him unconscious.
They transferred David to Children's Hospital. And when they eventually winds up on life support.
The doctor came in and he told us that there was nothing they could do.
There is no brain activity. There's nothing more we can do.
Doctors seek Ellen's permission to take David off life support.
What would you do? Would you pull a plug?
Oh, I don't know. I can't.
Her friend Deanne is shocked by Ellen's response.
And she turned to the doctor and she said,
"Pull it."
I froze for just a minute. It was just as though she had said, "I want a Coke."
She never did shed any tears.
Ellen receives a life insurance payout of $5,000.
That was the first taste of any extra money.
Only 8 months after David's death, Ellen goes shopping.
Yes, hello. Do you do life insurance policies for children?
Turned out there was like a total like $94,000 worth of life insurance taken out.
Okay, so that means a payout of how much if she dies?
September 13th, 1989. Ellen's 8-year-old daughter is enjoying a relaxing bedtime bath.
She got into the bathtub and she had her Barbie dolls with her and she was playing.
She felt this funny feeling, and then she tried to get up, and she couldn't, and she screamed, and apparently she was able to throw it out of the tub.
She did take Jenny to the hospital because she was bleeding a little from the mouth.
You assume it's an accident. Things happen with children, unfortunately.
Ellen's daughter survives, and everyone accepts it as an unfortunate accident. Until just 12 days later, Ellen falls into an all too familiar routine.
Stevie was watching TV, kind of drifting off. She took the pillow from under his head. And held it over his face until he had turned white.
Stephen's passing creates a sense of unease among Ellen's friends. They can't understand her reaction.
There was just no emotion whatsoever. It was just like another day.
For longtime friend Deanne Bond, a third tragedy in the Bohm family is too much. She calls the police.
That time, I just couldn't let this go.
Suspecting foul play, police conduct a thorough investigation. The years of deceit take their toll on Ellen. Realizing police are closing in on 2 murders and 1 attempted murder, she confesses to everything.
She broke down and admitted that she had done it. She explained how she did it. She never did say why she did it.
Ellen could not have the life she wanted with children, or so she thought. So she chose murder.
The thing that gets to me the most is a little girl now knows that her mother killed her 2 brothers. And 2 little boys never got a chance to grow up. That's the hardest part.
In 1993, Ellen pleads guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder. She receives 2 life sentences with no possibility of parole.
I have always felt that taste of not having to pinch every penny when she got that insurance money for David is what set this whole thing in motion.
Ellen killed her children for money. It was all about the payday.
Nobody really knows what someone is thinking.
There was no reality for her anymore.
Or feeling.
She had something worse than postpartum depression.
Be gone, Jezebel!
And sometimes you don't want to.
She thought their daughter should be with Jesus. Wasn't anybody listening?
In 2000, Fort Worth, Texas. 32-year-old Dina Schlosser has an enviable life. Husband John, an online computer specialist, makes a 6-figure income and provides a good life for Dina and their young family.
John was making $100,000 a year. They lived in a 3,000 square foot home in an upscale community of Fort Worth.
John's healthy income allows Dina to be a stay-at-home mom to their daughters, aged 5 and 2, a role she relishes.
She was a wonderful mother, and she was more than willing to give up working to stay at home and take care of her children.
The family's life takes a turn for the worse in 2001, when the dot-com bubble bursts. John loses his computer job and his lucrative salary.
He finds some software consultancy work. He takes unemployment for a while when things dry up after that.
The house was foreclosed upon.
The family downsizes to a modest apartment in the nearby town of Plano. They seek solace in their new community, particularly the church.
They were needing something spiritually, emotionally, so they found something there that really appealed to them.
There are women in this church consumed by her evil spirit. We must repent and pray. Praise the Lord.
The church's pastor seems to have all the answers.
He just amazed everybody. He had a real command of the Bible.
Now, the Jezebel spirit, it's a spirit of witchcraft.
And beyond that, he had tremendous charisma.
Praise the Lord. Ask for forgiveness. You know who you are.
But not everyone is convinced he is spreading the good word.
It just looks like a small, quaint church. Inside, though, it's not small or quaint. It is a church that a lot of former members say was a cult.
John and Dina are soon devotees,
You must repent.
attending church daily to hear the sermons.
Praise the Lord.
It got so bad that the Schlosser children would not eat meals. They would skip their dinner because they were at church that much.
They became incredibly and obsessively devoted to their church.
They need to pray to God for forgiveness.
When Dina's mom comes to visit, she is concerned by the change in her daughter.
Time to get up. But she's sick. We have to go to church.
Dina started acting strangely.
When one of the little girls had a cough,
This will help.
the grandmother brought over cough syrup, but Dina wouldn't give it to her. She said medicines are evil. Prayer was the answer for everything.
Dina's dependency on the church will cause more than a family rift. But few see it coming.
No one knew anything was wrong until after the third child was born.
Plano, Texas. Dina Schlosser's ideal world collapses when the dot-com bubble bursts in 2001, and her husband, John, loses his job. The couple find comfort and guidance in a new church.
Now, we are all sinners. You need to pray for forgiveness.
They were struggling to survive once John lost his high-paying job, but they aggravated all that by going to church 5, 6, 7 times a week.
In 2003, Dina is blessed. She gives birth to her third child, a baby girl, Maggie. In keeping with their religious beliefs, they don't seek medical assistance.
The midwife advised the couple to go to the hospital, but they refused. Medicine is evil. Science is evil.
A difficult labor bears a healthy baby, but a sick mother. something triggers a psychosis.
Dina became severely mentally ill. In some people, this rare condition happens. We see it now and then after a woman has a baby.
Dina believes all the help she needs is in the Bible.
She was reading the Bible and the word cut jumped up from the page. And she went and got a knife and cut her wrists. Her husband came home and found her holding the baby, bleeding.
Dina's delusions continue. Day by day, they become more terrifying.
Dina thinks the television is laughing at her. She runs out of the house petrified and leaves her children behind.
She was eventually found in an intersection holding her hands up to the heavens.
The officer approaches. As he tries to get close, she just screams. It was the loudest scream he'd ever heard in his life.
Whoa, no, it's all right. We need some help.
Admitted into a mental health facility, Dina is diagnosed with a severe form of postpartum psychosis.
She had no touch with reality. She thought God was talking to her. She was delusional and hearing voices.
Doctors want her to stay in the hospital, but Dina insists on going home.
She doesn't stay there long. Matter of hours.
Psychotic mothers should not be raising children.
Health officials agree to Dina's release, but schedule visits from welfare officers.
Child Protective Services was in her home every single day for months.
Under the proper care, Dina improves.
Dina was doing so much better. She was returning to her normal self.
Oh, Maggie. You love your sisters, don't you?
She wasn't hallucinating.
And they love you.
But Dina stops taking her medication, and by May 2004, she spins out of control with spiritual delusions.
This is known as religious ideation, ideas about religion and God. And someone psychotic who thinks God is talking to them can be very dangerous.
Praise the Lord. Amen. Amen.
As the months pass, Dina's behavior is even more bizarre.
After church, Dina told John that she wanted to give the baby to God.
Let's go home.
John told her that she was confused. They apparently went home and then tried to pray about it that night.
The next morning, November 22nd, 2004, John is at work, the older children in school. Dina is alone with baby Maggie.
But she was convinced that God wanted Maggie.
She walked into the kitchen. She went to the knife set and pulled out the largest one that had a 9-inch blade. And she went up to her crib, believing it was time for Maggie to go back to God. She grabbed the knife and stabbed it in little Maggie's shoulder and started cutting.
There were over 50 puncture marks, which indicated that that mother used at least 50 thrusts of the knife. sawing motions to attempt to sever the arm. This would have been a horrible, terrorizing, agonizing death for this infant.
A psychotic woman killing her child to send them to heaven is on a dedicated mission, and nothing is going to stop them.
Having given her daughter as an offering to God, Dina turns the knife on herself.
She cut through her muscle. She said she intended to cut off both of her arms, but she couldn't go on. The pain was too great.
Dina then calls her husband.
Dina, everything okay?
I've hurt Eddie. I've cut her arms off.
With news that he can't comprehend.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
John was in disbelief.
After a series of panicked phone calls, police arrive at the Schlossers' home. Hell on earth.
Dina stood with the knife she used to kill her daughter in her hand. She was covered with blood.
Praise God. Thank you, God. Praise God.
He walked to the bedroom where he saw blood everywhere and a completely silent baby. Just one of the most horrific scenes he'd ever seen.
A scene that will never be forgotten.
Dina never should have been allowed to care for her young daughter from the first moment she said her daughter belonged in heaven.
Dina Schlosser pleads guilty to murder, but is found not guilty by reason of insanity.
She thought what she did was in service of God, so why would she lie about it?
In 2006, Dina is placed in a mental institution. 6 years later, she is released on an outpatient status on the condition that she never contacts her 2 surviving daughters.
Dina Schlosser breaks my heart. The only thing that is worse than the horrible death her daughter suffered is how it all didn't have to happen. The disintegration of Dina Schlosser was horrific. She was not given the proper care.
Dina wielded the knife that killed her daughter, but it wasn't with malice. She was psychotic. She was out of her mind.
There was a good, kind person inside, somewhere.
Becoming a new mom doesn't always mean you're ready.
She wanted to go to the pubs with her mates. That's what she wanted.
Some mothers never grow up.
Gemma was very immature.
Oh my God, when?
2008, Perth, Australia. 19-year-old Gemma Killeen is out for the night.
She's a very friendly girl, very outgoing, someone to party with.
Like most girls her age, Gemma is looking for a good time. She finds it in 20-year-old, New Zealand-born Eddie Watiri.
You've got a little band. Oh, he's gorgeous.
It's a whirlwind romance. And the young couple soon moves in together. For Gemma, Eddie is all she needs.
By all accounts, Gemma wanted to be with Eddie full-time.
But a third person soon enters their relationship.
You want a beer?
an unexpected pregnancy.
You're gonna be a dad. You're gonna be a mom.
In late 2008, Eddie and Gemma are the proud parents of a baby boy,
Mom, let him do
Caden.
It's all right.
He was a bubbly young fella. Never presented too many problems for them.
Gemma's mom is there to help her daughter and give her sound advice.
She could still have a life, but she had to put part of that aside to take care of her son.
What is going on?
But Gemma soon finds being a mom is no party.
Oh, you've done another one? This changed you 15 minutes ago.
She wanted to be outgoing. She wanted to be out, not at home. She wanted to be with her friends, not with her son.
Most young parents are stressed. Raising a baby is not easy.
Nothing exciting.
But balancing home life, social life, and childcare
Oh my God, when?
gets worked out.
Are there still tickets?
Not for Gemma.
To add to her woes, Gemma is no longer Eddie's #1 priority. Caden is.
I'm going out with the girls.
The relationship itself was quite volatile.
Are you serious? What about Caden?
Don't wait up.
She was upset that she wasn't getting 100% of Eddie's attention.
What Gemma wanted now.
Gemma's demanding ways are too much for Eddie. They split up. Gemma and baby Caden move in with her mother. But Eddie is still an involved father and now considers Gemma a friend with benefits.
Gemma and Eddie had an on and off relationship.
Eddie is happy with a casual relationship, but Gemma wants more.
Can we lie like this forever?
She wanted to renew the relationship, but her former partner didn't.
Gemma wanted things between her and Eddie back to the way that it was before Caden was born.
The couple's priorities are worlds apart.
It's my night to go out.
On November 25th, 2010, Gemma is once again going out on the town.
All I do is look after that stupid kid. I never get to have any fun anymore.
She was clearly immature and she was selfish.
I'm over this. Do you hear me?
She was still trying to live out some of her teenage years.
Gemma had a very unrealistic fantasy of parenthood, but it was full of responsibilities that she just did not want to deal with.
The next morning, the atmosphere is frosty. Eddie has had enough of Gemma's party lifestyle.
I'm sorry I was late last night. Give me a kiss.
She'd arrived home back at Eddie's house at 2 o'clock in the morning. This infuriated Eddie, that she was perhaps not living up to her responsibility as a parent.
In the wake of her argument with lost love Eddie, Gemma seeks retail therapy.
During that time, she sent several SMS messages to Eddie, which were not responded to by him.
Eddie is not answering.
It's clear she became increasingly more and more agitated by his non-interest in her messages.
Answer me, boss.
But Gemma won't accept the silent treatment. By the end of the day, Eddie will answer her calls. Perth, Australia. Gemma Killeen isn't enjoying her life as a young mom. The 22-year-old is bored caring for her son, 2-year-old Caden, and wants her on-again, off-again relationship with Caden's father, Eddie Watiri, more permanent.
She kept on going out. She kept on trying to get back with Eddie.
On November 25th, 2010, Gemma's life gets a lot worse. An innocent trip to a beachside shopping mall ends in high drama.
It was about 5:45 in the evening when she raised the alarm.
Mum, someone's taken Caden. I don't know where he is.
She was putting some other items into the boot of the car. He was in the pram and somehow he's got out.
Eddie rushes to where Gemma always wants him, by her side.
We were playing in the swings over there, and then I went to the toilet block to get some water, and I came back and he was gone.
Why did you leave him alone?
Go to the swing. Go to the swing.
Police launch a full-scale search.
They started at the shopping centre with the aid of the shopping centre security.
With every passing minute, police concerns grow.
The first concern was that he'd been abducted.
Less than an hour after Caden goes missing, he is found. But there's no happy family reunion. The little boy's body is discovered in the harbor, some 2 miles away from the search area.
A couple on a walk came across Caden's body in the water. They pulled Caden from the water and started CPR. Unfortunately, Caden had been in there for too long and he was already dead.
The discovery of Caden's body raises more questions than answers.
How did he get there? She's a couple of miles away and he's ended up there. How did that happen in the space of time that we're talking about?
It is a mystery to the grieving mother, too.
She didn't give any idea of who had taken him or how he had disappeared.
The police discover the answer right in front of them. Security cameras are rolling on the waterfront.
The CCTV shows us the last moments of Caden's life.
It captures a car parking near the water.
You can see a person get out of the car. That person wanders around and stands at the driver's door. You can just see 2 little legs from behind.
She climbed over the rocks. That proves she wanted him dead. That proves she wanted him not to be found. She hid him away from where anyone was likely to find him.
Left at the water's edge, the toddler is soon washed away by the rising swell.
Caden's final moments must have been terrifying.
We know that her son's gone in the water and is drowning as she's watching.
By sending the search party in the wrong direction, Gemma makes certain Caden can't be revived.
Because she wanted to make sure he died. She wanted to be rid of him.
I would describe Gemma as being one of the most cold-hearted murderers that I've ever dealt with.
When Gemma realizes her every move is caught on camera, she gives up.
Gemma pleaded guilty to the charge of murder. However, she said that she didn't have the intention to kill him.
I don't believe that for a minute. Why else would she put a defenseless baby on a beach?
In May 2012, Gemma Killeen is convicted of murder. She's sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 13 years.
There was no consideration for her son, her former partner, her mother, Eddie's family. There was no consideration other than, I'm free of this now.
The best solution she could come up with was murder.
Gemma is eligible for parole in 2023. She will be 35 years old, young enough to be a mom.
I think the comment was made that it was our first generation. Why murder? Why not?
This is the saddest story.
These deadly women lack the basic instinct of a mother's love. Ellen Boehm killed her children for insurance payouts. Dina Schlosser's delusions led to the darkest of murders. And Gemma Killeen preferred partying to being a parent. They couldn't be trusted with their own flesh and blood. They were evil guardians. The greatest danger in life can be right by your side.
Women are generally not considered to be killers. It's not the first place the police look.
A loving mother has a sinister secret.
Something had gone on in that house that was very dark and evil.
3 cheers to me.
A serial bride prefers life on the wild side.
When she got tired or bored of something, she moved on to something else dramatically.
And a wealthy housewife chases an impossible dream.
When he said, "I want you out," she heard, "Your life is over."
These deadly women break their marital vows in the most brutal way. They are wed to murder. In St. Louis, Missouri, in 1981, 40-year-old Lloyd Allen is a healthy, happy newlywed.
Very prosperous, very outgoing and friendly individual.
Hi, neighbor. How's married life treating you?
Couldn't be better.
Good to hear. Say hi to Shirley for me.
He was just the kind of guy that never knew a stranger. People remember him with that cigar in his mouth, just smiling and waving to everybody.
Lloyd's new wife, 40-year-old Shirley, gives him an instant family.
Hey, how was your walk?
Good when we could catch him.
You've been a bad boy. Hey?
Good boy. So are you
Both
gonna come and
17-year-old Norma and 15-year-old Paula are very fond of their new stepdad.
It seemed to be looking like a good marriage in the beginning.
Hey, ready?
And the most treasured part of the new family, their playful dog.
Mom, I wanted to feed him. I beat you to it.
But just when everything is going so well, they lose their best friend.
Okay, come on.
He was fit. He was healthy. There was nothing wrong with him, nothing to indicate what would happen next.
The beloved family pet inexplicably dies.
He took a very remarkable decline in his health.
He went downhill fast.
The family tragedies continue. Lloyd suddenly becomes chronically ill.
In March of 1982, he was laid off from work. He was unable to care for himself.
Okay. Just breathe. Take breath now. Yeah, that'd be great.
Lloyd appeared drunk, disoriented. People wondered what was wrong with him. Was he suffering some kind of an illness, or did he have a drug habit or something they didn't even know about?
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. You okay?
Shirley breaks the news to puzzled neighbors.
It's a brain tumor. It's hopeless.
She told one neighbor Lloyd was dying of a brain tumor.
The illness is crippling Lloyd's body, and he needs constant care.
One of the neighbors actually described him as being zombie-like. He just stared off into the distance.
On November 1st, 1982, Shirley and Lloyd should be celebrating their first wedding anniversary. Instead, there's a funeral.
Lloyd was a relatively young man. He was only 40 years old.
When Lloyd finally died, his death was not considered suspicious because he'd been ill for such a long time.
Until there is a strange phone call.
I have a story to tell you about a murder.
2 days after Lloyd died, somebody called a news station about his death.
Lloyd Allen.
An anonymous call that Lloyd Allen's death was not natural and that he had most probably been murdered.
Somebody was tipping them off that something had gone on in that house that was very dark and evil.
The tip-off sparks a police inquiry. They start close to home, interviewing the family. Teenage daughter Norma has a lot to say.
Tell me about Lloyd.
He was really nice. I miss him.
Shirley's daughter, I came to realize very early in the investigation, was just a truly brave young girl.
The daughter tells about another death, that of the family dog. She claims her mother poisoned their pet. Shirley Allen is now a person of interest. As police look into her past, they find something alarming.
Another one of Shirley's husbands died in 1978. Shirley was formerly married to a man by the name of Daniel Knoll. A very short marriage.
Hey, honey. What smells good in here?
The romance just deteriorated, and they became very bitterly opposed to one another.
Calm down. Hey. How about we have a drink together? Just you and me.
Daniel was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with him. But nearly immediately after their marriage, he started getting sick.
Daniel Knoll's symptoms are remarkably similar to how Lloyd suffers.
It's a virus. It's just a virus. It'll be gone tomorrow.
Daniel became ill only 5 months after they married and appears to have died suddenly of a heart attack. Personally, I doubt that.
While on his deathbed, Daniel does something strange. He changes his life insurance beneficiary from Shirley to his brother.
Now, what do you mean I'm not the beneficiary?
Shirley hit the roof when she found out about that.
I'm his wife!
In fact, she even went to court to fight for that money, but Daniel's brother prevailed.
This was all about the money. Shirley was dangerous to any man that shared her bed.
(1982), St. Louis, Missouri. 2 days after the suspicious death of 40-year-old Lloyd Allen. His wife, 40-year-old Shirley, is the chief suspect. New evidence leads police to look for poisons in his body, and they find the answer.
The autopsy revealed that all of his body tissues were completely saturated in ethylene glycol.
The substance in Lloyd's tissues is the cause of death. Poison by ethylene glycol, the main ingredient of antifreeze.
Antifreeze is sort of sweet and doesn't really have an odor. In fact, it's such a dangerous product that people are warned not to leave it around pets or animals because it's so sweet, it's almost inviting.
Police believe Shirley practiced on the family dog.
Shirley was such a cruel person. She would poison a pet to make sure she was giving the right dose.
To avoid suspicion, Shirley wants Lloyd's death to be slow.
She was slipping antifreeze into all of his drinks, his wine, his beer, his coffee. Whatever he was drinking, Shirley was spiking it with the poison.
Shirley knows the dosage is just right. Lloyd is gradually becoming ill.
It's not anything that you would notice. It's a very subtle poison, and its impact is slow.
He would have acted confused. He would stagger around. He would have more of an effect of being drunk.
When Shirley Allen was serving a meal, death was on the menu.
A few months into Lloyd's illness, Shirley's daughter becomes suspicious of her mom.
Shirley was so cavalier about poisoning Lloyd that she did it in front of her 17-year-old daughter, Norma.
Drink.
But Norma is unsure what to do.
Come on. Drink it up.
Norma watched her mother poison Lloyd and did not go to the police. That was probably because she was afraid of her mother. She knew she was living with a killer.
Drink it. Drink it.
Within months, her stepfather is gravely ill.
At one point, when he was near catatonic,
Maybe this will wake him up.
the mother sprayed bug spray into his face to try to kill him. She was doing everything she could to hasten him to the grave.
On November 1st, 1982, Lloyd is almost there.
After 8 months of chronic poisoning, he's got damage to his kidneys, damage to his heart, damage to his lungs. He has reached the tipping point.
Mom!
Heartbroken, Norma tries to intervene.
Should we call an ambulance?
And Norma said, well, Mom, shouldn't we call 911? Shouldn't we get the rescue squad here? And Shirley said, no, we're fine.
Within hours, he is dead.
It is not uncommon for children who are living with a parent that they know is a killer to remain silent. They usually remain silent until they are in a safe environment and can reveal it. And that's what happened with Norma.
Damn it.
Her daughter's testimony leads to Shirley's arrest before she can spend Lloyd's life insurance.
It was $25,000. It's my opinion she killed Lloyd for the insurance money. She didn't care about him or anyone else.
On July 6, 1984, Shirley Allen is convicted and sentenced to a minimum of 50 years in prison. She dies of natural causes in 2000.
Shirley was a murderous psychopath, motivated by greed. She died in prison, which is exactly where she needed to be.
Shirley sacrificed her family's happiness for greed, leaving her children no choice but to turn on their own mother.
Shirley's the coldest kind of killer. I mean, when you think about it, it's almost ironic that she used antifreeze because that's how cold she was.
When times are tough, one woman never gives up.
There was something about her that stood out.
A woman who makes the most of what she's got.
She was quite popular.
She uses her charm, her wit, and her .38 revolver.
Alma was so dangerous to men, she should have had a warning label right on her forehead.
In the 1950s, the legends of Elvis, Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis begin in Memphis, Tennessee. 100 years ago, the same streets produce a legend of a very different kind. Vance Avenue, Alma Theed. Named after the red light district she worked so well.
She was a prostitute as early as age 16, and she was involved in the grittiest side of Memphis as a result of that.
Dirt poor, but beautiful and oozing charm. Alma uses her best assets to survive.
Her ability to attract men is how she decided she was going to live her life.
You need $1.
And in those days, if a woman wasn't a nurse or a teacher and she needed to make a living, working in a brothel was pretty much the only option left.
Alma's immoral profession supports her mother and sister.
They needed to live, they had to have money. I think her mother could justify her behavior because she was doing it for her family.
Alma seemed to be attracted to the wild side. Alma decided that what she wanted out of life, she wasn't going to find in the traditional way.
By age 17, she marries 30-year-old Charles Halprin Cox.
She met him in one of the gambling houses along Vance Avenue, where he ran a poker table. And by all accounts, it was a very fast courtship. They got married, fought a lot, drank a lot.
Alma's used to playing the field. She doesn't like being tied to one.
You're my wife. Act like it.
And then got divorced less than a year later.
No man tells me what I can do.
For Alma, the grass is always greener, other men more attractive. At 23, she marries again.
3 cheers to me.
To 32-year-old railway worker Roy Calvert.
I think that she probably had a very low threshold of boredom and wanted to always be involved in something else, with someone else, doing something else.
But life with Roy is a struggle.
I doubt whether he was a saint. Those early railroad men were a tough crew. It was a rough life.
And Alma doesn't want anyone to control her.
What?
She didn't take any guff off of anybody.
A man expects a meal at least.
I'm no man's slave.
I think that was a combination of her personality and what life as a prostitute did for her.
I can't go on like this, Alma.
No, it can't.
Alma doesn't want to be married to Roy anymore.
I don't think she liked men. She loved them, but she didn't like them.
Life on the streets has taught her how to deal with problems.
Quite frankly, when Alma got tired of somebody, that somebody went away. If they weren't going to go away of their own accord and Alma was through with them, then Alma got rid of them.
Less than a year after the wedding, Roy is dead with a single gunshot. Alma doesn't run from the scene of the crime.
Oh no, help me!
She calls for help and lets her charm do the rest.
She was able to charm the jury into seeing her side of the story, that she was fearful of her life. She accused Roy of drinking a lot. She accused him of hitting her.
She really played the young, pretty Alma angle, the poor victim, and it worked for her very nicely.
How'd it feel to be free, Alma?
Relieved. I just want to thank the jury for recognizing I was defending my life.
Roy's death is deemed justifiable homicide. Alma is free.
She learned right then that a gun could solve problems with a man, and she never unlearned it.
Alma Theed has been working as a prostitute on the streets of Memphis for decades.
For you, my darling.
And she can still lure the men. Wealthy, respected businessman, 56-year-old Michael McClavey.
As beautiful as you.
Sweeps her away from the seedy streets to a genteel life.
He wanted to make Alma a lady, pull her from the life of squalor that she had been living in, and set her up in a house and make her respectable.
Michael knows she shot her first husband, but he thinks he can change Alma for the better.
He knew what she was, he knew where she came from, and he just wanted to give her a good life.
You've no need to go out or to work.
The things in life that she hadn't had before, the security, the money, without all the risk of the streets and the brothels.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You can just stay at home.
But within months, Michael's protection becomes suffocating.
If Alma had met Michael earlier in life, things might have worked out differently. Alma was used to a hard scrabble, violent life. And life with Michael, even though he loved her, was boring for her.
Alma spices things up by taking in a boarder, 31-year-old Charles Miller.
He was everything her husband was not. He was young, he was good-looking, he was worldly, he was exciting, he was known to be quite a ladies' man.
Elmer, it's time we went to bed.
I'll be there soon.
A lover right under her husband's nose. Devastated at the loss of Alma's affection, Michael doesn't realize he is about to lose much more than her love.
When she got tired or bored of something, she moved on to something else dramatically.
Michael knows about us.
Alma has no intention of divorcing her husband.
What should we do?
She's thinking of a more permanent arrangement.
Alma's #1 concern was Alma. She was willing to do what she thought she needed to do at the time. Once she got the idea in her head, she did it.
Alma wants a separation by bullet, and her lover, Charles, to do the dirty work. Barely a year into their marriage, Michael McClavey is dead.
He was an innocent victim, and ultimately his wanting to help is what cost him his life.
Alma solved her problems with a .38 revolver, and that was that.
Charles is convicted of murder. Alma's youthful allure is gone. This time, she is convicted of being an accomplice and sentenced to 10 years. But Alma only serves 4.
She was probably a model prisoner, charming, nice. One of these prisoners that gets in jail and everything. Well, you know, what's this nice lady doing here? A nice girl like this doing in a place like this.
After her release, Alma does what she does best, selling her body and looking for husbands.
What was she looking for heaven's sakes, in all these marriages? I mean, how many? 6 marriages? That's way beyond the norm.
By the late 1940s, she marries again. Thankfully, it ends in divorce. Until husband number 6, 65-year-old Ed Gill.
Where's the money?
What money?
You know what money I'm talking about. The money you lost.
So what if I did?
You know, I could just kill you.
For a while, it looks like she's met her match.
Not if I kill you first.
Ed likes guns, too.
Why don't you just go ahead and try me, Alma?
They did not get along well. Fights, pulling pistols on each other, it was a sick relationship.
I'd just like to see you try.
Alma was simply hardcore.
On the night of January 2nd, 1949, when Ed's back is turned, Alma ends the marriage her way.
She did it like she would peel an egg. It was necessary to peel the egg. It was necessary to kill her husband.
Marry someone, get tired of them, kill them, go on to the next. She wasn't a black widow in the sense that she did it for money. She did it for Alma.
Alma Feed is convicted of murdering Ed Gill and spends 6 years behind bars. When she is released, for once, she lives on her own. For local historian Jody Schmidt, Alma is one of the sweet and sour chapters of Memphis history. When she dies in 1970, her grave is a modest stone, right next to her very first husband.
After all these failed marriages, she ended up dying alone. She had no one around her.
Vance Avenue is now far from the vibrant red light district it was in Alma's day. But its gun-toting streetwalker, Alma Feed, lives on in Memphis folklore.
I just want to thank the jury for recognizing I was defending my life.
Vance Avenue, Alma, was fascinating to a lot of people. Because of those men and because of the way she lived her life, she remains a fascinating character.
family saw herself as a victim. Maybe that helps explain why 3 of her husbands are dead.
September 30th, 2011, Jupiter, Florida, in the opulent gated community of Admiral's Cove. A tragedy rocks the morning air. 66-year-old Donna Horowitz discovers her husband's body. A tragic suicide.
He was basically face down and nude, and the shower was still running.
He's a wealthy man with everything to live for. Why kill himself?
It wasn't until we rolled him over that it was more readily apparent.
10 years earlier, in 2001, the Horowitz family live in the lap of luxury. 55-year-old Donna and 28-year-old son Radley enjoy the fruits of Lanny's success.
They're living in a very well-off neighborhood. There's a lot of affluent people who do live there. There's a lot of money that is in there as well, large mansions.
Life looks shiny on the outside. But underneath, it's a roller coaster.
The relationship between Donna and Lanny was that it was a volatile relationship, verbally and emotionally.
See you guys. Thanks for a great evening. A big success, I'd say.
There was a lot of separation. They had been married and divorced to each other in the past.
Okay, now we could go to 5 stories. Yeah. Or we can go to 7.
Lanny is a successful property developer. Work comes before anything else, including family.
He traveled all the time and really didn't have much time for family life.
He was not very forthcoming with his love.
While wife Donna enjoys an extravagant lifestyle, she yearns for a love her husband can't deliver. Donna reaches out for affection with someone else.
So, Mrs. Horowitz, how can I help you?
In many ways.
Donna was having an affair with a security guard.
But the tryst doesn't stay secret for very long.
Screwing the hired help. How low can you go?
Lanny was incensed and offended that Donna would have an affair with a security guard.
I was just so lonely.
Furious that she would take up with such a person.
Now you're gonna be even lonelier.
Lanny divorces Donna for the second time. The devastation pushes her to the edge.
Donna Horowitz could not live without her husband Lanny or with him.
Donna had attempted to commit suicide.
Mom, what are you doing?
They found her in the garage with the car running.
To Donna, life without Lanny is not worth living.
They had been together on and off their entire lives since she was 14 and I think he was 15.
Donna was not the kind of woman who could take care of herself very well. She relied on Lanny for emotional support.
A decade later, Donna is in luck. Lanny changes his mind. He wants her after all.
We belong together.
We do.
He invited Donna and her mother back into the home in March and April of 2011.
It's not just company he wants.
Mr. Horowitz, not unlike a lot of people in life, live beyond their means. And as it turns out, I believe there were 4 mortgages on the house at Admiral's Cove.
What about Mom?
She should move in too.
Their reunion comes with strings attached. Lanny needs cash, and Donna's mother has plenty.
I will need her to loan me the $200,000 for the house.
If your mom can give me $200,000 to save the house, that would allow you and your mom to move back in and we could be a family again.
Elated Donna doesn't care about the loan. She's back where she wants to be. But the honeymoon doesn't last long. On Lanny's birthday, Donna organizes a family celebration for him.
Donna was very excited and prepared something very exciting for him.
I've made you a favorite.
I'm going out to dinner.
But Lanny prefers the company of his business partners.
I think Donna began to feel like a second-class citizen in Lanny's life.
It clearly was a message to Donna in her mind that she just got used for the money.
This is our first property here. And
Lanny is still wedded to money and work. And his new business partner adds salt to Donna's wounds.
this is another one.
Lanny had struck up a friendship. She's attractive, she's successful, she's in real estate.
Donna is envious. And after 2 divorces and a suicide attempt, she is close to breaking point.
Donna reached that point, that boiling point, that if I can't have him, no one can.
September 2011, in Jupiter, Florida. The millionaire enclave of Admiral Cove seems the ideal place to live.
I was just so lonely.
But not for 65-year-old Donna Horowitz.
She began to look like she was disappearing, that her hair was very unkempt, and that she was shrinking.
She is miserable in her marriage to 66-year-old Lanny and tells her diary the whole story.
She would refer to him as Mr. Meanie or Lambo as a reference to Rambo. So that's how she saw him as time went on.
Against all odds, Donna keeps hoping for love and attention.
Yeah, hi. Wait. You won't be home till after 9.
Only to be let down.
Lanny was mean. He could be neglectful emotionally. On her birthday, he didn't even come home. She ended up having hot dogs in her kitchen.
For she's a jolly good fellow.
Donna feels more alone than ever and blames Lanny's new business associate.
Certainly in Donna's mind was something more than a casual relationship.
Donna is falling apart, and her possessive nature drives Lanny further away.
It's not working.
How dare you're never here.
On the eve of a business trip, he makes his feelings clear. He wants her out of the home by the time he gets back.
When he returned, he expected Donna to be out of that residence.
Furthermore, Donna finds out his business partner is traveling with him.
So you're still going away with her?
He's going on a business trip with a woman Donna believes he's having an affair with.
She's better than you in every way.
When he said, "I want you out," she heard, "Your life is over."
Early the next morning, on September 30th, 2011, Donna has one thing on her mind: revenge.
A culmination of the bad behavior, the mistreatment, the continuing of the relationship with the business associate.
Their son, 38-year-old Radley, is asleep in his bedroom. Donna takes not one, but two .38 caliber handguns.
Donna, I believe, snapped that morning. The first shot went through the glass, striking Lanny. He came out of the shower and was attempting to get to that phone that's on that wall in the bathroom.
But Lanny doesn't get to make a call. Donna empties both guns at point-blank range.
9 out of 10 shots fired entered his body, one of them directly in his abusive, demeaning mouth. She wanted him dead.
What happened? Did he attack you?
He was just so awful. He was just so awful.
Their son calls 911, but no one can save Lanny. Donna claims he committed suicide, that she finds him with a gun in his hand.
It wasn't until we rolled him over that it was more readily apparent the shots that he had sustained. He had 2 shots to the chest.
I can honestly say in this career that I've worked for 16 years almost, I've never had someone shoot themselves more than once in a suicide.
It was just so awful.
All Donna could say over and over was, "He was just so awful. He was just so awful." Not, "Oh, this is awful. Someone has killed him." He was so awful. To me, that's a confession.
It was presented by the prosecution that Donna then placed that gun into Lanny's hand after that final shot was fired in order to mislead the investigation.
6 days after Lanny's death, Donna Horwitz is charged with first-degree murder. In January 2013, she is convicted and sentenced to life in prison.
Now you're gonna be even lonelier.
After years of being told what to do, Donna has the last word, but at a terrible price.
She actually lost focus and lost the reality that she had everything. She had a wonderful, loving son. She had a beautiful granddaughter and the means with which to enjoy all of that. And it reminds us that people's emotions can so overcome their reason.
Donna killed for loss of love and jealousy. It's that simple.
These deadly women killed those they vowed to love. Shirley Allen's poisonous brew was driven by greed. Alma Theed dispatched husbands like unwanted trash. And Donna Harwitz let jealousy devastate her family. All these women were dangerous liaisons. They were wed to murder. Having social standing and a respectable job.
Is there a problem?
Doesn't mean a woman is trustworthy. A distinguished LA cop can't solve one crime.
She was abusing her power and authority.
The founder of modern adoption only saves some babies.
Georgia Tann is one of the most despicable excuses for a human being that ever walked on the earth.
George!
And a young scientist uses her laboratory for no good.
She felt entitled to take somebody's life.
These deadly women are smart, cunning, and think they're above the law. Los Angeles, 2009. A murder cold case reopens thanks to new DNA technology.
There are tools now in the forensic arsenal that were not available 25 years ago.
For 23 years, Sherry Rasmussen's killer has roamed free, but justice is moving in. For LAPD detective Stephanie Lazarus, it's a case close to her heart.
This was a love, essentially, that never died.
Too close. "30 years earlier, Detective Lazarus is a UCLA freshman. Smart and athletic, the 18-year-old is ready to take on the world.
She was a woman who was pretty in that kind of kid sister way.
In her residential hall, Stephanie finds another fitness fanatic, John Rutten.
I can never say no to another drink.
Tall, charming, and ready for fun.
They both like to run, they both work out, they're fitness nuts, they lift weights.
Where's that drink for Congressman?
I'll make it up.
It's not long before the pair hooks up, but in the modern way, as friends with benefits.
They date, but they're not exclusive. It's not like they're lovers. Well, at least from his point of view.
Through their college years, the arrangement works just fine. It even continues after they graduate.
After graduating from UCLA, Stephanie surprises all her friends and her family members by applying for the police academy.
And she moves straight up the ranks. She's a great officer. People like her. Tenacious. Smart.
While Stephanie walks the beat in Hollywood, John gets a white-collar job as an electrical engineer. They are still friends when John meets the woman of his dreams.
6 foot tall, beautiful woman. Striking in appearance and striking professionally.
Hi, I'm John.
Hi, John. I'm Sherry.
27-year-old nurse, Sherry Rasmussen.
They fell almost instantly in love. It was easy. They didn't have to think about it. It just flowed.
Do you want to grab a seat and I can get you a drink?
Within a year, the couple is engaged. But an old flame refuses to go out.
Stephanie Lazarus kept a journal, and it was apparent from her writings that she was incredibly fond of John Rutten.
The cool cop has shared her man before, but this time she has serious competition.
Stephanie Lazarus just simply became unglued when she found out that John Rutten was engaged to another woman.
Hello, John?
She called him up.
Can you please come over? I need to talk to you.
He drives over, and he finds this woman who's incredibly distraught.
Please don't marry her.
Stephanie could be very disciplined in her life, following the rules and regulations.
I love Sherry.
But she could not control her emotions when it came to Sherry and John being together.
Stephanie reveals her true feelings.
I love you. I love you so much.
This caught John by surprise. Emotionally, he wasn't ready for the things that Stephanie was telling him.
Finally, he says he has to leave, and she makes one last plea, and that is, could we just please have sex? And he consents.
For John, it's a farewell gift for an old friend. For Stephanie, it's a down payment on her emotional mortgage.
Hey! You stole my boyfriend!
In a very telling
sorry,
display
what do you mean?
of jealousy and possession, Stephanie went to Sherry's office at the hospital.
He slept with me 2 nights ago? What?
Stephanie shows her rival she still has the power over John.
She was wearing short shorts and a crop top in what I think was an effort to show how sexy and cute she was.
This was shocking to Sherry Rasmussen. She was frightened. She was frightened of Stephanie.
Sherry forgives John, his final dalliance, and the couple marries in November 1985. But if they think a wedding ring will end Stephanie's obsession, they're wrong.
Their life was moving forward, but that left Lazarus on the outside looking in.
November 1985. Los Angeles couple Sherry Rasmussen and John Rutten are in the first blush of married life. The only blemish on their happiness, John's old college flame, Stephanie Lazarus, now an officer in the LAPD.
How did you get in here? He left the door wide open.
Stephanie is stalking.
Sherry was in the condominium by herself and found Lazarus in her police uniform inside their condominium.
Get out now. No.
And there was a confrontation.
I'm waiting for John.
Are you kidding me? Get out of my house now!
She was abusing her power and authority and stalking another woman because of jealousy. I cannot imagine a more dangerous situation.
I'm so sorry she's doing this to us.
John is torn between his new wife and his old friend.
Tell her to leave us alone.
I think we should just ignore her. She'll get over it.
And does his best to smooth the waters.
In her mind, Stephanie believes that she's involved in this love triangle. But it's really a fantasy.
Stephanie's fantasy becomes Sherry's nightmare on February 24th, 1986. When the LA cop hands out her own justice.
Stephanie was skilled enough to know that Sherry was home alone, without John.
What are you doing?
Once Stephanie picked the lock, there was no going back. The fight in the condo was a life and death struggle between two women. One of them had a gun and training.
Sherry is tall and strong, but Stephanie is trained for combat.
She bit Sherry on the inner forearm. Sherry is no longer struggling. Lazarus makes the conscious choice to grab the blanket, wrap the gun in order to muzzle the sound.
She did it in the most personal of ways. She inflicted the wounds in her heart and in her face.
Then, Stephanie stops thinking like a killer and starts thinking like a cop.
She knocks over some furniture, she pulls out a drawer, and then she stacks a VCR and a CD player at the foot of the stairs.
So if you're cops and you come over and you look at this, you think, a robbery gone wrong. And that's exactly what the LAPD believes.
Stephanie's colleagues hunt for an armed robber, but they have no leads.
There is no hair evidence, no blood evidence, no fiber evidence to connect her body with any suspect.
Stephanie pulls off the perfect murder.
So the case went cold for about 17 years.
But if Stephanie has hopes of reclaiming her true love, John ends them. Their friendship slowly dissolves, and years later, Stephanie marries someone else.
Some people are able to lock away a dark secret like that. Maybe she even began to believe that that did not happen.
Stephanie has a successful police career. By 2006, she's moved into the exotic world of art fraud. But Stephanie's own fraud is about to be uncovered. She will be bitten by evidence she left 23 years ago.
And the coroner investigator took a swab of that bite. And that bite swab essentially sat in a coroner's freezer for 17 years.
It wasn't until 2005 that the police department had the technology to do DNA detection on such a small sample.
Now, all the victim's acquaintances are secretly swabbed.
And among them is the name, of course, of Stephanie Lazarus.
And they followed Ms. Lazarus around, waiting for her to discard some item that might contain her DNA. And when she left, they swooped in, grabbed the cup,
and they sent it back to the lab. And within 2 days, they have a match.
We know you did it, Stephanie.
You have no proof.
Actually, we do.
Accustomed to asking questions, the tables are turned.
When Stephanie was confronted by the two robbery homicide detectives, you could see the wheels turning.
Stephanie denies any involvement, but she can't explain what her saliva is doing on the murder victim.
I don't think Stephanie could ever really look herself in the mirror and admit to what she's done.
In March 2012, Stephanie Lazarus is convicted of the first-degree murder of Sherry Rasmussen. She is sentenced to 27 years to life.
I wonder if she looked over her shoulder for all those years. My guess is she didn't. She thought she'd gotten away with murder.
Stephanie killed for the man of her dreams, but her dreams were the only place she could ever have him.
Not only had she taken a life, but had broken her oath as a police officer in the worst way possible.
Bless you for helping us.
If a woman has powerful friends
Come, baby. Mommy loves you.
and a perfect cause,
She thought she was God.
a sinner can become a saint.
She ran a house of horrors.
Memphis, Tennessee, in the 1940s. Babies filled Georgia Tan's life for decades. The 49-year-old goes down in history as the mother of modern adoption.
Prior to the early 20s, adoption was very, very uncommon in the United States. When Georgia started, she saw herself as the savior of these unwanted or neglected or abandoned children.
Georgia gives the babies a second chance by finding them good homes.
Don't get this one ready. Yes, ma'am.
Bringing happiness to childless couples.
She was getting orders for adoption from every state in the country and from Canada and England.
Hello.
Georgia is the angel of Hollywood.
So lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you too. Come on in.
Some of its brightest stars flock to her orphanage.
A lot of people have heard about Joan Crawford's adoptions. Those were Georgia Tan babies. June Allison and Dick Powell had a Georgia Tan baby.
Movie stars loved her. She was, to most people, a paragon of virtue.
These babies need all the help that they can get. It's the least I can do.
Georgia's good work is lauded by politicians, from governors to presidents.
She was invited to President Truman's inaugural.
I'm so excited to meet our baby.
Eleanor Roosevelt consulted her regarding child welfare.
Oh, look.
She was considered almost a saint.
She had politicians in her pocket. She had doctors in her pocket. She had judges in her pocket.
For 30 years, no one knows Georgia's true story because no one asks where the babies come from. Georgia simply steals them from the most vulnerable.
They would look for unwed mothers, mothers who had possibly lost a husband, and she just literally took the baby.
She preyed on anyone who was down and out, had hard luck.
Georgia Tan didn't just act like she was God. She thought she was God.
George?
She was the only one
George!
that knew what was right for any of these children or any of these families.
George! Here she is.
Georgia recruits women, known as baby pickers, to do most of her dirty work.
Your baby is seriously ill.
Oh, we can't afford a doctor.
And she found out her child was sick, and parents said, well, we don't have money for a doctor. She said, don't worry.
Don't worry, we will get a doctor for your baby.
I'll take your child, I'll take care of it.
Bless you for helping us.
And by that means, she obtained that child.
Hello, baby.
We will let you know how things go.
Thank you. Bye, baby. Mommy loves you.
The mothers never see their babies again.
And then they would come back 2, 3, 4 days later and say, oh, I'm sorry. Baby Jane died, and we buried her for you.
Some skeptical parents go to the authorities, but soon find out the system is on Georgia's side.
There were judges who ruled against parents who wanted to get their children back. There were policemen who ignored mothers and fathers who rushed to the police station to say that their child had been kidnapped.
Babies robbed from the poor to give to the rich make Georgia a very wealthy woman.
We can never thank you enough.
It's the least that I could do.
This was a money-making business, and these children were properties.
Thank you so much.
Once she had a taste of the money she could make, that became all-consuming. The children were a means to an end.
Childless couples think Georgia's a savior. But there is no maternal blood running through her veins.
Leave him a while longer.
She didn't care about any of those children. Sometimes she didn't think they should have water. She often drugged infants so that they wouldn't cry. She was a monster.
Soon, Georgia's inaction will have the most catastrophic consequences.
Georgia Tan is one of the most despicable excuses for a human being that ever walked on the earth.
In the 1940s, in Memphis, Tennessee, Georgia Tan's adoption work is admired by the rich and powerful.
Somebody do their job and shut those babies off.
But Georgia has two faces and no heart.
They didn't like it when babies cried. They didn't like it when babies soiled themselves. They didn't like it that babies needed to be fed.
The lucky babies are adopted, but no one protects the infants Georgia deems not fit for sale.
He's too scrawny. No one will want him. Take him down to Nancy's.
If a child seemed to have no market value, she had no problem with disposing of that child.
Hi, Maureen. So, number one?
Come on in.
Rejected babies are farmed out to untrained caregivers.
Some of them were ne'er-do-wells that starved the kids, beat the kids.
Would you like tea? No, I'm all right, thank you.
The conditions were intolerable. Sometimes they were malnourished, sometimes they weren't fed at all.
One of Georgia's caregivers does the unthinkable. She deals with crying babies by leaving them outside.
And she would leave the babies sitting out in the sun, and some of them baked to death in the hot sun.
They succumb very rapidly to dehydration. The sun's rays burn down and cause redness and pain, deep dermal pain. This is a terribly cruel way to die.
Won't be needing that.
I don't think Georgia cared that babies died. There were more out there to get.
Georgia's adoption business is booming. The orphanage is packed to the rafters with sellable babies.
The children were crowded together in cribs, 4 or 5 children in a crib. If one child was sick, soon all the children would be sick.
When a dysentery outbreak hits Memphis in 1945, it spreads from baby to baby.
I'll take care of that.
Georgia, these babies need to be separated from the sick ones.
Her own doctor was saying this gastrointestinal disease that's going on here is causing diarrhea, and this is going to kill the children. She didn't care.
Medicine can save the babies.
Get this filled fast.
I know what's best.
But Georgia refuses to give them any.
They let Mother Nature take its course, and if the child got well, it was good. If not, they died.
In just 2 months, 50 tiny lives are lost.
The Memphis infant mortality rate soared to the highest in the nation.
Georgia Tan is one of the worst child killers I've ever studied because she had education, money, and power.
There's a lot more innocent blood on Georgia's hands.
No one is actually sure of how many children died over the years with Georgia. The estimates tend to run in the area of 500.
Which would make her the most prolific female serial killer in history.
They'll remember me as the mother of adoption. Georgia's reputation remains intact until the day she dies of cancer in 1950, a multi-millionaire.
The most shocking thing about this crime is that she was allowed to get away with it.
The nation mourns the mother of adoption. But with her death, her secrets are finally exposed.
The orphanage was forcibly closed down. But the question remains, how many innocent lives had she taken? And how many people were scarred by coming under the influence and control of Georgia Tan?
She was a cold-hearted psychopath. No empathy, no remorse, no guilt. A user and abuser of other people. She ran a house of horrors.
A woman with brains and beauty.
Well, I think you got it. She had an ability to be very flirtatious and to attract men.
Can be the most dangerous of all.
She's highly arrogant and thought she wouldn't get caught.
Raleigh, North Carolina, January 2000.
Hang on. Cheers to our baby.
After years trying to have a family, 30-year-olds Eric and Ann Miller are celebrating the baptism of their baby girl.
They both really wanted a family, and specifically, that was the most important thing to her.
A child completes an already good life for the devout Catholics.
Eric and Ann, what a perfect, beautiful, wonderful young couple.
Sweethearts since college, Ann and Eric are both bright scientists.
Sal, can you pass me the axe file from John Smith, please?
They work in different laboratories. Eric has big ambitions, nothing less than a cure for AIDS.
He wanted to work in pediatric AIDS research because that's what moved him. He was a compassionate person. He was a kind man. He always had a smile on his face.
Together, the couple brings in a good living. But it's not enough money for all the treats Ann wants in life.
You can't be serious.
Why not?
Ann insisted they buy a boat. Ann was talking about moving to a larger house in a nicer neighborhood.
We can't afford the car, let alone the boat.
Well, that's because you don't earn enough money.
The money was coming in, and it wasn't enough. She wanted more.
Ann uses bedroom blackmail to get her own way.
I can't have a boat. You can't have me.
Ann was intentionally withholding intimate contact from him unless he went out and purchased her a certain gift that she wanted.
Unhappy with what marriage offers, divorce isn't an option.
She was very devout in her practice, and she didn't want to be seen as a divorced woman.
In November 2000, fate seems to intervene when Eric goes bowling with the boys.
They drink their beer, they eat their sandwich. Eric does comment while he's drinking the beer.
This beer tastes a little skunky, huh?
It doesn't taste really good. You know, it's never very good. It's cold, just drink it. Eric Miller becomes violently ill. He starts having to run to the bathroom. He has bouts of diarrhea, vomiting, nausea.
How you feeling, Eric?
Within a few hours, he's taken to the emergency room.
Eric is critically ill, in agony for days, and the doctors don't know why.
We're running some tests.
Eric's illness was a big mystery to doctors. He was a healthy guy. He was not somebody that had ever been sickly before.
Yeah, we're hoping he's gonna be fine.
Puzzled doctors start wondering if the scientist's laboratory is making him sick. They run tests for deadly chemicals and find one: arsenic. But it's not from Eric's lab.
He's got huge amounts of arsenic in his system. Somebody's poisoning him.
Arsenic can cause basically your whole body to deteriorate. Being poisoned with arsenic is being tortured.
But who wants Eric dead?
Look, I hate to say this, but you've been poisoned.
The police need to speak with him before he dies so they can figure out who's done this to him.
For police, the spouse is always a prime suspect.
They ask Eric, is there anybody that could have done this to you? Could your wife have done this? And he says, absolutely not.
Eric dies on December 2nd, 2000.
Eric was sweet, Eric was kind, he was a devoted husband, a devoted father.
A murder investigation is underway. Before it's over, another life will be lost.
The motive in this case, you have to believe in evil.
Raleigh, North Carolina, 2000. 30-year-old scientist Eric Miller is dead before his time, the victim of arsenic poisoning. The police start looking into the young father's life.
We didn't find anything. I mean, no girlfriends, no boyfriends, no gambling, no dope. He was a Midwestern meat and potatoes guy.
They know the arsenic isn't from David's lab.
And lo and behold, didn't have any arsenic in it at all. None.
But there is one lab full of arsenic. His wife's.
Son of a gun.
There was arsenic pretty much available like soap in the lab that she worked in. You know, I'm not the world's smartest detective, but that really makes me suspicious.
To the outside world, Anne is a devoted wife and mother.
Once we peeled that veneer away, what should have been the solid wood underneath wasn't quite so solid anymore.
Police obtain Anne's phone records, and they reveal something strange.
When Eric was in the hospital and Anne was supposed to be sitting by his bedside, she was calling her lover.
Anne's having an affair with her colleague, fellow scientist, 37-year-old Daryl Willard.
There were 500 calls back and forth between the two of them in less than a month.
Those phone records broke this case open. People in love or people that have committed a crime have to talk on the phone. Big mistake.
I just don't think I could do it, Anne.
Then you can't have me.
Daryl soon learns Anne's affection comes with a catch.
Here we are.
Police discover Anne urged Daryl to organize the fateful bowling night.
Nobody ever remembers Daryl Willard in the past having purchased beers for everybody in the party. But he does it this particular night.
This beer tastes like skunky, huh?
Investigators believe the skunky taste is arsenic. But did Daryl have second thoughts?
Oh, sorry. No harm.
The beer was mysteriously spilled. The district attorney believed that Daryl Willard changed his mind and decided he didn't want any part of this.
Police have plenty of questions for Anne, but she lawyers up.
Come on, Daryl.
Homicide investigator Lieutenant Chris Morgan tries his luck with Daryl.
That was about as pitiful a man as I have ever seen. He was just totally beaten.
Knowing you were coming for a while. I just didn't know when.
And I said, Daryl, I think you've been used. I think a woman has really used you.
Yeah. She's done a really good job of it.
I said, Daryl, we need to talk. He said, I'm sorry.
I need to call my attorney.
Daryl's advised to say nothing. The police won't get another chance to question him. Later that day, Daryl makes sure of that.
Daryl's suicide looks to me like a panic suicide. The world was caving in around him, but it might have had something to do with tremendous shame and guilt.
Without the star witness, the investigation stalls. Police have a prime suspect, but aren't ready to make an arrest.
And in a homicide case, you always have to remember one chance. You ain't got no do-overs.
Well, say hello to Daddy. How's it going out here?
To escape the glare of the police, Anne moves to a new town and hitches up with a new man.
Her husband's not been dead 6 months even. She just reinvented herself.
But the police aren't giving up. They think a dead man's words could give them a breakthrough. They want to know what Daryl told his attorney.
The police say, well, we want to get that information from the attorney. And of course, the attorney says, I can't give you that information.
Attorney-client privilege is confidential, but prosecutors take their case to the North Carolina Supreme Court and win.
It was the missing piece. It was actual evidence that Ann Miller had admitted to Daryl Willard that she had injected her husband with arsenic while he was in the hospital. So once we got that, we finally arrested Ann Miller in September of 2004.
Mrs. Miller?
Ann Miller was a very smart woman, but not a very good killer.
5 years after Eric's murder, on November 7th, 2005, Ann Miller pleads guilty to second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
She did have to admit in open court that she killed her husband, but she feels no remorse over it.
Many wondered why Anne simply didn't divorce her husband, but that would tarnish her sterling reputation.
She was Catholic, and it wouldn't have looked good. Affair, okay. Murder, okay. Divorce, not so much.
Anne is sentenced to a minimum of 25 years. She is eligible for parole in 2029.
I know evil exists in the world. I've seen it. To this day, Ann Miller feels no guilt over the death of her husband.
These deadly women thought they were entitled to kill. Cop Stephanie Lazarus couldn't have her man, so no one could. Georgia Tan discarded babies like unwanted products. And Ann Miller's poisonous greed claimed 2 lives. All 3 women were bright but brutal. Thankfully, they weren't above the law. and baby-faced looks can mask a girl's true intentions.
I had time to think about it.
A devoted daughter is too obedient.
She would do anything for him.
A very beautiful woman.
She didn't know what a monster he really was.
Where the hell have you been?
Out with my friends.
A rebellious teen thinks Halloween should be a real horror.
That mind is so twisted, so dark, that anything is possible.
And the pastor's daughter is no angel.
The most cold-blooded murderer I've ever prosecuted.
These deadly women look too young to do harm, but they are lethal teens. Garden Grove, California, 1985.
Need to check on my wife. I think she's been shot.
In the early hours of March 19th, the police are called to a suburban tragedy.
She's down the hallway.
Sir, wait here. Just wait here.
As I nudged the door open of the darkened room, I saw Linda Brown lying on the bed.
23-year-old Linda Brown, the mother of a baby girl, is shot dead in her bed.
To just be sleeping and to be shot twice in the chest, it was kind of hard to see.
Linda's husband, David, is out of the house at the time of the murder, but her 17-year-old sister, Patty, who lives with them, is home.
Do you know who did this?
You have to tell him, Patty.
Patty not only hears the shots, she knows who the killer is.
It was Cinnamon.
My daughter.
Patty was awakened by a gunshot, and she saw who she believed was Cinnamon Brown running by and out the back door.
Thank you.
The hit-style killing is committed by a 14-year-old, David's daughter, Cinnamon. Police search the neighborhood for the teen killer, but the next morning, they find her closer to home.
I found her.
One of the detectives spots her leg sticking out of the doghouse.
She's alive. Call an ambulance.
She has vomited up this concoction.
Racked with guilt, Cinnamon tries to commit suicide by swallowing painkillers.
Also in the doghouse was a note she had written, which stated basically, "Please forgive me for what I have done."
Police have an open and shut case.
She confesses to the crime. She takes responsibility for it.
In August 1987, Cinnamon pleads guilty to first-degree murder. She is sentenced to 11 years in a California youth authority. Case closed. Or is it?
The detectives who originally came into the case just thought there's probably a lot more to this story than we've yet uncovered.
For 3 years, Detectives work on earning Cinnamon's trust. Finally, they tell her something that breaks her silence.
David had married Linda Brown's sister, Patty Bailey. They had a child together and moved into a beautiful home.
She suddenly became aware that she'd been used by her father, and used horribly.
Cinnamon is ready to tell the truth. 5 years earlier, Linda has a charmed life. A new baby girl and her sister living with her. Husband David is a successful computer programmer, earning good money. Enough to support them all, and his own daughter from a previous marriage, Cinnamon.
I'm making lunch soon. I don't want any. I'm going out. She hates me.
No, she doesn't.
Everyone's happy except Cinnamon.
Gotta go shopping. Wanna come?
No, I think I'll stay here. Have fun.
2 years after marrying Linda, David's eye turns to a younger woman. Linda's teen sister, Patty.
You're a very beautiful woman, Patty.
Patty's the next in line to be the new Mrs. David Brown and to live in a nice house and to have financial resources and all of that.
Cinnamon watches her father's affections move from his wife to her 17-year-old sister.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon was very shocked.
Cinnamon, it's not what it looks like.
What is it then?
She saw, even at 14, all, the complexity of this and the trouble this could cause.
Please, you can't tell Linda.
David has a big problem, but he thinks he has the solution.
Have you had time to think about it?
Dad, I don't know.
David starts planting the seed with Cinnamon and Patty that Linda was going to have him killed.
If you love me, you would do this.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Okay, do that for me. Please.
David was very persuasive, and he took advantage of that and used it to manipulate them to get what he wanted.
Now come on, tuck in.
February 1985. Garden Grove, California. "17-year-old Patty Bailey is about to murder her sister in her own bed. She's been deluded into thinking she is saving her lover's life. David claims his wife, Linda, is planning to kill him.
He gave her the gun, he told her how to muffle it in a pillow, and sent her up to the bedroom to shoot her sister Linda.
But that's as far as it went. she could not do the actual deed. After David saw that Patty could not follow through with this, he began working more on Cinnamon.
Again, David asks a teen to do his dirty work.
Okay, Patty.
This time, his 14-year-old daughter, Cinnamon.
Now it's heavy. You've got to grip it tight, okay? I need to point it. When you shoot.
Linda isn't the only person David wants his daughter to shoot.
So when you've done it, I want you to shoot yourself.
No way!
No, it's only to try to make it look like you've killed yourself.
Yeah.
When Cinnamon refuses to shoot herself, Dad suggests pills.
Come here, put the gun down. Hold out your hand.
Cinnamon would take some painkillers and leave a suicide note.
Okay, come on. Take them now.
But there wouldn't be enough medicine to really hurt her.
Take the gun. You can do this, okay? You can do this. Sit down. Now wait for a few minutes.
David leaves the home, confident his daughter will do his bidding.
David Brown was a master manipulator of young girls. He could get them to pretty much do anything.
And poor Cinnamon believed this was the only way she could save her father's life.
David gave her a blanket to use as a silencer.
And shot Linda in the chest.
She was gurgling and dying.
Cinnamon takes aim a second time.
The gun has jammed. So she gives the gun over to Patty.
What did you do? I don't know. What's wrong with it?
As they tried to disengage this blanket from the gun accidentally went off.
Go!
Unjams the gun, and Cinnamon goes back down the hall. And shoots Linda once again.
I have seen men who are willing to defile young girls. I have seen parents who are willing to manipulate their children. But Dave Brown was kind of special because he had it all in one package.
But revenge will be sweet.
Cinnamon.
After 3 years in prison, Cinnamon gets disturbing news.
How are you, sweetie?
Police tell her the overdose pills should have killed.
Why'd you make me do it, Dad?
Her father wanted her dead.
David's intent was to have Cinnamon die, and there would be no witnesses to this crime.
This was the only way we'll ever be a family again. I thought you understood that.
No, I do.
Cinnamon's wearing a wire. David's own words prove his guilt. He and new wife Patty are arrested.
Excuse me, Mr. Brown.
Would like you to come down to the station and answer a few questions.
Patty confirmed everything that Cinnamon had said.
Patty Bailey pleads guilty to first-degree murder and is sentenced to a California youth authority until the age of 25. She is released in 1993. David Brown is convicted of first-degree murder. He is sentenced to life. No chance of parole.
The judge told David Brown that he made Charlie Manson look like a good guy because Charlie Manson didn't use blood relatives to commit his murders.
In 1992, Cinnamon Brown is paroled at age 21.
The thing that struck me most about the case is the ability of a parent to influence a child for good or evil. And we saw the evil acted out here.
Cinnamon bears some responsibility for this. Of course, she pulled the trigger, and she did it twice. But David was the puppeteer.
Halloween, a day of harmless pranks and costumes.
She was wearing weird makeup and stuff like that, painting her fingernails black.
A time to indulge demons.
Page after page of spells and curses and charms.
And dark forces.
Some of the darkest, evilest things you can imagine.
A busy weeknight in Hagerstown, Maryland, 2006.
Hi, honey.
Dad's home. So I didn't A my biology assignment.
Billy Black and his family come together to share their day.
He was very loving and caring.
Looks wonderful.
He would ask the kids how their day went and how my day went.
On another date.
His family come first.
Where he takes all the girls.
Teenage daughter, Danielle, is the apple of her daddy's eye.
We talk about a girl in junior high who was getting A's, getting B's, playing the trumpet. She was a good girl.
A dedicated student until she hits high school. Then everything changes. Danielle is drawn into the insular world of goth. Now she follows their rules, not her family's.
She just told her daddy all kinds of lies, and he just couldn't trust her no more.
What her parents don't know that she's doing are some of the darkest, evilest things you can imagine.
Danielle's rebellion is now experimenting with erotic extremes.
Danielle loved nothing better than to cut herself while having sex and to drink that blood. Now, what does that tell you about this 15-year-old's mind? It tells you that that mind is so twisted, so dark, that anything is possible.
Good luck with that.
Her father is desperate.
Where the hell have you been?
Out with my friends.
Why didn't you?
He said, I don't know what's wrong with her. He said, I try to help her, but she don't want my help.
Off of my arm.
Billy was just being a good father. He was putting borders, guidelines, and restrictions on a young teenage girl.
15-year-old Danielle is slipping from her father's grasp. And everything he does to try and get her back leads to more resentment.
I think she hated him.
He pushed me through a window.
No way.
And then he locked me out of the house for hours.
That's so wrong, man.
At school, she tells outrageous lies about her father.
I don't know how you could live with that.
I can't. Not for much longer.
Danielle set out on a path to destroy her father's reputation, to make it look like he was victimizing her, brutalizing her, and beating her.
Hey, 7 then.
It was all lies.
Her friends buy her story, but one takes a special interest. Fellow goth, Alec Agar. He comes from an abusive background.
I know what it's like to feel helpless.
Alec was damaged goods. He had been sexually violated by more than one person when he was a young boy.
All I could think about was protecting her.
Around town, Alec is known as the Protector.
You gotta protect those that can't protect themselves, right?
This is exactly what Danielle was looking for. Alec was the bomb, and Danielle lit the fuse. A depraved bonfire party in Hagerstown, Maryland, in the fall of 2008. Danielle Black has befriended tough guy Alec Agar, and she knows exactly how to push his buttons.
Danielle begins to hear these stories from Alec that he was an abused child. So what does she do? She uses that, spins it for her own benefit.
Your dad did this to you?
Yeah.
I can't let this happen to you.
He was going to confront Mr. Black about this and put an end to it.
So you'll help me?
Yeah.
In Alec's eyes, Billy Black becomes this monster that needs to be taken off the face of the earth.
October 31st, 2008. Billy Black is up bright and early.
Oh, I made you a tea.
No time, honey. I'm running late for work. Bye. Love you.
Love you too.
Danielle has planned a Halloween the family will never forget.
He came in and kissed me and told me he loved me and left, and that's the last I seen of him.
He walks out the door that day to what? To Alec waiting for him.
This was not an easy murder. Alec was really killing someone else. Alec saw Billy as every man who had ever hurt him in the past. And he was going to make Billy pay for the sins of others.
Danielle was watching out the window when he was murdered. She wanted her father killed because he wouldn't let her do what she wanted to.
What's going through Danielle's mind at that moment was everything that I planned for, everything that I want in life. It's gonna happen now.
Alec tries to cover his tracks by making the murder look like a mugging gone wrong. When police discover the body, they are stumped.
Billy Black was a person that was known to be a hardworking person, that he was known not to have any enemies. His wallet was missing, so robbery was a potential motive. But at that point, it's truly a whodunit.
I was just destroyed. I didn't know what to think. How could this happen? What am I going to do without him?
Danielle's secret stays between her and her father's killer until she lets something slip at the funeral.
Here's her daddy laying dead, and she said, now I can laugh. She said, but I got to behave myself for a while.
Police find out Danielle has asked others to kill for her.
It depends.
I'm asking you as a friend.
The school chums had heard her talk about, wanting someone to kill her father.
Forget it.
While you don't want to think of a 15-year-old girl as a suspect in a murder, there weren't any others.
It is not long before Alec is questioned.
The most important evidence against Alec Ager came from Alec Ager himself. They offered him a polygraph, and he agreed to take it, and then he confessed.
Alec Agar is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Danielle is found guilty of murder, but the verdict is overturned. In 2012, Danielle pleads guilty to solicitation of murder and is sentenced to life, with all but 6 years commuted.
There's only one person responsible for the murder of Billy Black, and that's his daughter, his own flesh and blood.
Danielle is now eligible for parole in 2015.
She's a very cold-hearted person. She has no remorse. And she doesn't care about anybody.
She ran into a young, troubled man that thought he was protecting her. He's serving life in prison. In the end, it was beauty that killed the beast.
For some teenage girls,
where have you been?
Rebelling is a part of life.
She had a problem with her mother telling her what to do.
Look what I've got.
But when defiance turns criminal,
she's committed a very terrible, very violent act.
Lives are changed forever. In 1996, Denver, Colorado.
Rise and go.
Pastor Madeline Toombs can reach most of her congregation.
Let's get out of here. Shh, go. Behave
yourself.
But not her daughter, 16-year-old Jennifer.
Comes to us through our eyes.
Jennifer Toombs was an out-of-control teenager. She was definitely a behavioral issue with her mom.
Sometimes unwilling.
Madeline adopted Jennifer as a baby.
To make room for her.
She was a loving mother to this child that she'd adopted at a young age.
And you have to find that which grows.
Madeline tries to tame the wild in her daughter.
Where have you been?
Out.
I warned you. The next time you did this, you'll be grounded. Now go to your room.
Madeline tried to be strict with her daughter, tried to impose discipline.
Jennifer resisted. She wanted to do what she wanted to do.
Jennifer wants revenge.
Jennifer was very upset by her mother's actions and attempted to and even partially set the bedroom on fire.
She had virtually no impulse control. She was angry, and she wanted to destroy something.
Jennifer isn't just defiant at home.
Jennifer! Jennifer!
She skips school, starts drinking alcohol, and stealing cars.
Yes! Go, go, go! Go!
As a teenager, Jennifer exhibited all the behaviors that would lead someone to believe she was headed for very serious trouble.
Her life of crime comes to a screaming halt when she is arrested for car theft. Jennifer is released on probation, but she can't go far.
Part of her juvenile probation included a curfew that was being monitored with an electronic monitoring device, an ankle bracelet.
Being on confinement was like being in prison, and she was going to get out.
Jennifer sees a chance of freedom. Mom Madeline is going on a weekend church retreat.
Her mother was leaving town. When Jennifer found that out, she planned a party.
But the pastor is one step ahead of her daughter.
Obviously, when you have a daughter who gets in trouble as much as Jennifer did, she wasn't going to leave her at home by herself.
Madeline arranges for close family friend, 23-year-old LaTanya Lavallee, to stay with Jennifer.
Of course I will.
I can't trust her. LaTanya's family was very involved with the Toombs family. Her stepfather was an associate pastor in the church, so the two families were very close.
On September 27th, 1996, Madeline leaves LaTanya in charge.
Any problems, call me.
We'll be fine.
The two girls are more than good friends. They think of each other as family.
Be a good girl.
She will.
They were so close that Jennifer referred to Tanya as her cousin.
Jennifer, I know what you're up to.
But it doesn't mean Jennifer can do what she wants.
That party that you're planning, it's not gonna happen. It's just a couple of people. Your mom
LaTanya says no.
Come on,
to the
I'm stuck
party
here,
plans.
No, it's not happening.
Jennifer despised authority. And that night, LaTanya had the authority, but she didn't have the respect. Jennifer respected no one.
September 27th, 1996. Denver, Colorado. LaTanya LaValle is babysitting a family friend. She is expecting a quiet night. But 16-year-old Jennifer Toombs, already on home detention, has other plans.
They were told, "You got to keep your voices down." When they asked why, Jennifer told them, "Well, my babysitter is still here. Her boyfriend is going to be over to pick her up, but for right now, we have to be really quiet."
Good. So why don't you drink?
A secret party isn't enough for Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll be back in a minute.
She wants the run of the house and goes to confront LaTanya in the basement.
She then went and again asked Tanya if she could have this party.
Oh, hey, girl. Are you gonna let me have a party?
And Tanya said no.
Come on, just sit down and watch some TV with me.
It's the wrong answer.
When Jennifer wanted something, she wanted it, and she wanted it now.
And there is one way that she can get it.
What I've got.
With a handgun.
For real.
Her friends think she's just fooling around.
She walked down to the bottom level where LaTanya was watching television.
She took the .25 caliber handgun with her. She shot LaTanya 5 times.
She died instantly.
She was sending her a message. How dare you tell me what to do? You're dead.
She then closed the door to the room where nobody could see her and went back to continue her party.
I don't know what that is.
Tanya's gone out to a nightclub, so we've got one at the house.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's it. I know what that is.
Thank you.
She's a stone-cold psychopath and felt nothing about killing LaTanya. No empathy, no remorse, nothing.
"4:30 a.m. The party is over. But one friend, 15-year-old Tiffany, stays the night.
Once everybody else was gone and Tiffany fell asleep, that's when Jennifer started trying to clean up.
But you can't wash away the mess of 5 bullets to the head. Jennifer comes up with another plan. A break-in.
Oh my God.
Tiffany was asleep. Jennifer woke her up,
Come on, get up.
pretending to be in a panic, and said LaTanya's dead.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The only story left was to say that some unknown person came in the house and did it.
I think we should call someone.
Tiffany calls her parents. The police soon arrive. Jennifer sticks to her story. An intruder did it. But she admits the strangest thing, that she tries to clean up the killer's mess before she calls the police.
If an intruder breaks into your house and kills somebody, you don't try to clean up after them.
When the police talk to the party guests, Jennifer's gun-toting ways are exposed.
The people recall hearing some popping noises, thought it might be firecrackers.
All the evidence points to Jennifer.
She tried to cover up this brutal murder in a manner a 16-year-old kid would do it. There's no planning, there's no thinking. It was just kind of, off the top of her head.
Jennifer didn't think things through, or she simply didn't care.
On April 4th, 1997, Jennifer Toombs is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. No chance of parole. That anyone could kill a close friend just to have a party defies belief. To this day, it's a mystery.
I don't know if anyone ever got the full picture of Jennifer Toombs.
I've prosecuted serial killers, rapists that killed people. Jennifer Toombs is the most cold-blooded murderer I've ever prosecuted. She killed Tanya like she was taking out the laundry. I mean, it was nothing to her.
Some kids act bad to get attention or make a statement. And some kids just are bad.
These deadly women had innocent looks, but hard hearts. Cinnamon Brown's obedience stole a life. Danielle Black traded a parent for freedom. And Jennifer Toombs killed a close friend for a party. These deadly women hid a turmoil deep within. When exposed, they became lethal teens. They say we always hurt the ones we love. But for some women, causing pain is a passion. A possessive girlfriend doesn't want to lose her punching bag.
That is sadism.
A British mom runs a house of horrors.
His body was a roadmap of torture, abuse, and neglect.
And an unhappy wife plots a permanent separation.
I am absolutely sure he suffered.
These deadly women love to hate. They are sadistic souls. In Columbus, Ohio, in 1994, the sweet scent of perfume brings together 21-year-old Rick Whitcomb and 24-year-old Vicky Frost.
To my greatest sales day ever.
They were in a sales program. They were both interested in getting into this business of selling perfume. That's how they met.
How did you go today?
Terrible. I couldn't sell a bottle of perfume to save my life. Do I smell or something?
Like chicken?
The young couple has a whirlwind romance.
And the next thing I knew that he was living with Vicky.
It appeared to be just your normal relationship. Nothing unusual about it.
Why do you have to go back there?
I can't just quit my job.
Rick's new to town. He left his home in Cleveland to go to college.
Take care of myself.
Like most moms, Faith Whitcomb was sad to see him move out.
We love each other and support each other, which is why when he went away, he goes, "You're not going to have that empty nest stuff, are you?" And I said, "Well, probably will, but I'll get over it."
Faith has a good reason to be a protective mom. Rick's inherited a challenging eye condition.
I get night blindness, that's the first thing that happens, and then you get tunneled vision like you're looking through binoculars. And only you don't see as far.
Rick's coped with limited sight since childhood.
I love you too, Mom.
With the help of a loving family. Vicky's upbringing is completely different.
Stop your complaining and get a job.
She's a single mom, still living at home with her mother, Betty.
I've had my time at that, it's your turn.
And weren't you a good mother?
Oh, that is
And it's volatile.
from you.
Even though Vicky and her mother Betty fought a lot, they still chose to live together.
I'm sick and tired of you in my ear all the time.
I think they were into the fighting.
Vicky's stepbrother and daughter witness it all.
I mean, from you!
All right, then both of you. I'm sick of hearing it, and so is she.
She's trying to tell me how to raise my kid. A woman who's been married 5 times.
We've had previous professional contact with her on domestic situations, trespassing issues.
But when Vicky's temper takes over, they need the police to stop her.
Vicky at one point had a knife and was going after her mother with it. It was just very volatile, a very volatile situation. Which Rick wasn't used to.
Excellent choice.
Rick only sees good things ahead. He is in love with Vicky and adores her 4-year-old daughter.
He was a kind person, and when you're a kind person, you think everyone else is a kind person.
But Rick's kindness isn't rewarded.
I am way better at this than your mom.
He was pushing her on the swing, and for some reason, Vicky got upset. She kicked him in the groin.
I know what you're up to, Rick, and I won't stand for it. Come on, we're going home.
There's a theory in psychology that adults marry what they grew up with. And if their childhood was chaotic, their adulthood will be. And if it isn't, they'll make sure that it becomes chaotic.
Rick keeps the abuse a secret from his family. But at his sister's wedding, everyone witnesses Vicky's bizarre behavior.
Vicky was dancing provocatively with other male individuals that were attending the wedding. She was kind of upset about Rick's close relationship to his family. She was highly intoxicated. She was upset that Rick wasn't paying enough attention to her.
Really?
Yeah, really.
She was just an individual that needed to be the center of attention all the time.
Vicky doesn't want to share Rick with anyone. Not even his family.
She didn't like us, though.
Sorry.
She was trying to cut him off, which is what an abuser does. They try to cut the person off.
Away from prying eyes, Vicky's abuse becomes more cruel, taking advantage of his poor eyesight.
Can't you see them? You can. You can only hear them. Come on, Ricky.
He couldn't see at night, and she would take his keys, throw them out in the yard at night. So he would have to search for them on his hands and knees because he couldn't see.
Come and get them, Ricky.
I think Vicky did that because it made her feel good.
Getting warmer.
That is sadism.
Warmer.
Humiliated and abused, Rick still doesn't reach out for help.
For at least a year, she was abusing Rick in this relationship.
Oh! Come and get them.
It's not uncommon that women abuse men. We just hear less of it because a man is much less likely to pick up the phone and call the police. He's embarrassed.
Rick knows it's time to go, but leaving a controlling woman isn't easy.
I mean, the most dangerous time in an abusive relationship is when the person that's being abused leaves.
Columbus, Ohio, 1996. After being abused by his live-in lover, Vicky Frost, for over a year, Rick Whitcomb confides to his mom that he is leaving her.
We were relieved. We missed him. We just were glad he was coming home.
Rick is concerned how Vicky will react.
Do you have to go this minute?
But thinks he has the perfect plan.
The doctor said if I don't get the treatment now, my vision will get worse.
He says he has to go back to Cleveland for treatment on his eyes.
That's what he told her.
Yeah.
How long are you going to be gone for?
I don't know.
He didn't tell her he was leaving her for good. He told me he was tired of Vicky and tired of Columbus.
Vicky doesn't believe his story about eye treatment. She thinks he has met someone else. Anger and jealousy take over.
I think Vicky felt betrayed. She was in disbelief that the relationship was going to stop.
She knew he was leaving and was in a rage about it.
The night before Rick is going to leave, January 19th, 1996.
It was that slut from the party, wasn't it?
No.
Well, who is it?
No one!
I know you cheated on me!
Yeah, and I know that you're cheating on me!
We do!
The couple has their last fight.
Don't you think I can see that?
They don't care that Vicky's family and her girlfriend Renee hear it all.
What do you mean you should have?
Well, you would have just sat there and done nothing.
And the argument started to escalate and become more heated.
What would you have done? You wouldn't have done anything!
For a year, Rick takes Vicky's abuse without striking back. Tonight, he snaps.
Rick grabbed her by the neck, and Renee indicated that Vicky's face was turning red, and that's when Renee said she interjected.
Rick, let her go! What is wrong with you? Calm down!
The assault stopped right there. Rick was no longer a threat. This is when Vicky became enraged. There was one clean puncture wound to his chest.
Because of his vision, he never saw it coming.
Rick staggers outside. Vicky doesn't come to his aid. But her friend Renee does.
Rick, are you okay? Can you hear us?
She saw Rick laying on the ground, and she saw that his face was purple, and he was making some noises, like he was trying to breathe, and he couldn't.
Please hurry, his face is turning purple.
Renee calls 911. But Vicky still won't accept what she's done.
Rick!
She started pounding on his chest and telling him to quit faking and to get up.
Stop faking! Wake up! Rick! Stop faking!
It's hard to imagine no one understood what was happening, that Rick was dying.
So he died on a cold January sidewalk with some maniac beating on his chest. We weren't there to say goodbye.
I was chopping the cauliflower.
When police interview Vicky, she gives them a simple explanation.
She said, I told him that you better never touch me or never mess with me.
Vicky is charged with aggravated murder, but doesn't go to trial. She accepts a plea bargain, guilty of the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter.
She never showed any remorse. She never came and apologized. She never spoke to us at all.
Vicky spends 9 years behind bars. She is released in June 2005. Rick's death isn't her last contact with the police.
We've responded to her residence for assault, domestic violence, burglary calls, and theft calls.
Vicky seems to have an anger management issue, and if she doesn't get it under control, she can expect to spend more time in prison.
Vicky chose chaos in her life and swept those around her into that personal storm.
I think Vicky is actually the type of killer that is motivated by her emotions that she can't control.
There was never any question as to which one of these two people, Vicky or Rick, would survive the relationship. It was always going to be Vicky.
When a woman is addicted to control and power,
the torture activity escalates.
Stay out of her way.
Bloody thief!
His body was a roadmap of torture, abuse, and neglect.
Hello.
In 2005, 31-year-old Andrew Gardner can't believe his luck when he meets 23-year-old Claire Nichols.
Come closer.
He was very quiet, very shy. He had difficulty making friends. I think this was potentially his first real serious relationship. By all accounts, he was besotted by her.
The couple quickly moves in together and settles in the tiny industrial town of Chilton in the north of England. Andrew becomes an instant father to Claire's 3 children from previous relationships.
Andrew took to fatherhood very well. He would look after them, he would take turns and help them to wash, take them to school and play with them.
Andrew is soon to be a father in his own right. Claire is expecting their baby. But it doesn't seem to bring her any joy.
What'd you do that for?
I told you to clean the floor.
I did.
Well, it's not good enough.
It's never good enough.
Claire had a violent temper. She could spark at any time. It took very little to provoke her.
Scrub it!
A simple man with a below-average IQ, Andrew is no match for Claire.
Andrew was vulnerable and would be considered a vulnerable adult.
Get that sport!
Andy was known to be a sweet, nice guy.
Don't make me tell you again, okay?
He never stood up for himself.
Andrew isn't the only man Claire dominates in the home. Her younger brother, Simon,
What about those ones?
Give me a break.
Oi, oi! Gotta earn your keep, boy.
must also obey her rules.
Claire would take anyone into her group, into her home, that would do what she said. It was that simple.
Nobody would do anything in the house unless she was asked and gave permission to do so.
Is it okay if I go and visit my mum this weekend?
No way.
I haven't seen her in ages. Val!
Deaf as well as dumb.
What are you doing that for? Look, Claire, I'm going. Val!
No, you're not.
Proud new dad, Andrew, isn't even allowed to take their baby to meet his family.
I think Andrew would have been very, very isolated. And he had no family, no friends, no social network whatsoever in Chiltern.
That was nothing.
I think Claire would have resented Andrew being in touch with anybody apart from herself.
By January 2009, Andrew is hardly leaving the house.
She allowed him to leave her house to go down to the end of the street to the school gate.
Playing dad is the highlight of Andrew's day.
Look after your brother too, huh?
Make sure he doesn't get into any trouble.
But his devotion will come at a cost that will stun this quiet English town.
A sadist always needs one victim in their life that they can play with.
Chiltern, Northern England, 2009.
So, Eddie's
To the outside world,
You excited?
Claire Nichols is a caring mother of 4 children. No one knows what's happening inside her house.
Claire made all the household decisions. What to eat, where to shop, who was flavour of the month.
Quit staring at us, you lazy dog.
Come on, Claire. I'm starving.
Claire's need for control becomes something more.
No!
She starts depriving Andrew of the most basic of needs, food.
Andrew wasn't allowed to eat unless Claire told him that he could eat.
Claire would describe Andrew as useless and worthless and a drain on the household budget.
Andy was chosen to be victimized by Claire because he didn't stand up for himself.
If Andrew dares to protest, her brother Simon deals with him swiftly.
Give him another one.
She was the ringleader, and she got other people to join in her horrible, horrible activities.
Claire had a power over vulnerable, weak people of low intelligence.
35-year-old Andrew is reduced to stealing food in his own home.
You bloody thief!
The abuse would drive most people out of the house, but Andrew won't leave the child he cherishes more than anything in the world.
Dirty sod.
He didn't want to leave because that would have meant leaving his daughter. And I think that his daughter was the one thing that kept him going.
Steal from me again and I won't just cut off your pockets.
As the weeks go on, Claire adds salt to the wounds.
Look who's here, right?
She invites her ex-lover to move in. 44-year-old Stephen Martin has an IQ of just 59, exactly her type.
Andy, look who it is. He's the trouble I've been talking to you about.
Is it?
Stephen was, again, somebody who was certainly manipulated by Claire.
Claire now has 2 thugs to do her bidding.
I hear you've been a bad boy.
See, Andy, this is a real man.
We're gonna have some fun with him, eh?
The abuse becomes more sadistic.
Okay, Andy, you ready? Hold still.
Stephen was encouraged by Claire to burn Andrew with his lighter.
Claire Nichols is an industrial strength sadist.
Behave yourself, Andy.
Bleeding all over the center, you dirty sort.
I think Claire got so much pleasure in torturing Andrew, she devised even more cruel, callous methods on a daily basis.
You're in for it now, Andy.
Claire knew exactly what she was doing. She wasn't hearing voices. She wasn't delusional. She had a personality disorder, which means it's a clinical term for bent and twisted.
Even beaten animals are cared for better than he was.
Weeks of ongoing abuse take their toll on Andrew's body.
He's waking up in time for the show.
He doesn't have the strength to protest when Claire commits the ultimate humiliation.
Torturing Andy
See this, Andy?
was sexually arousing for her. She would have sex with her new boyfriend right next to where Andy was lying. This was her form of humiliation.
No one in the quiet village has any idea that Andrew is a tortured prisoner. There are no more walks with the children. He is barely able to move. He clings to life and hope.
Even though this man was a victim, he had a great deal of courage. He had sustenance. He had endurance. I believe Andrew wanted to live.
Andy, get up, man. Come on. How about we lay him up again, eh?
Boy, got him on his back.
Oh, all right. Come on, lad.
Friday, March 13th, 2009.
Did you hear that crack?
Claire's sadistic desires finally go too far.
Take it like a man.
When she landed on his chest, it caused the ribs to fracture. The fractured ribs would have pierced the lungs, the heart, and the tissue. He would slowly be suffocating to death.
It's an agonizing end for a meek and harmless man.
She had to know that jumping on the chest of a weak and starving person would kill him.
The game is over. Andrew is dead. Now the torturers have to explain a body. They call the paramedics and spin a yarn.
Oh, Andy. Oh, Andy.
Simon, Stephen, and Claire have obviously got their heads together. They've obviously tried to concoct some sort of cover story
They claim Andrew staggered home after being mugged.
He said he was attacked at the pub.
Yeah, he said they mugged him.
He had bruising, he had cuts to his face. The extent of the injuries, both externally and internally, it was well over 100 injuries.
Is he dead?
This would have taken extreme force, repetitive injury, and great determination. This was the intent to kill him.
Andrew's crippled body points to murder.
His injuries were certainly not consistent with being attacked outside because they were so bad he couldn't have possibly walked anywhere.
His body was a roadmap of torture, abuse, and neglect.
Claire was probably arrogant enough to think that the ridiculous story they told the ER workers would suffice. Fortunately, she was wrong.
All three are arrested and in January 2010, convicted of murder. Simon Nichols receives a minimum of 25 years. Steve Martin, 20 years. Ringleader Claire Nichols is sentenced to life with a minimum term of 32 years.
Oh, Claire's undoubtedly evil. Undeniably. Don't think anybody could say anything else.
We were never able to establish a motive as to why they inflicted such abuse onto Andrew.
Claire always wanted control of the men in her life, to do her bidding, and to be her sadistic playthings.
Claire Nichols' thoughts were as deformed and as malevolent as the injuries she placed on Andrew's body.
Claire was probably born with some very unfortunate DNA that grew into being a full-blown sadist.
Want to know more about the women featured in tonight's episode? Visit us online. Reedsville, Rockingham County, North Carolina. A tiny laid-back community where people feel safe to leave their doors unlocked.
It's normally quiet. There's very little goes on in this area.
Until March 24th, 1999, when 30-year-old Christine Kemmerlin answers a knock at her door.
I'll get it!
She was in the back room, the area where you do the laundry.
Hi, my car's over there.
Somebody claimed their vehicle had broken down and wanted to use the phone.
Christine feels safe. Her husband, 41-year-old Wayne, is home.
Wayne Kimberlin was working at the computer at the time, so when he seen there's someone in the house, he came to the other side of the table to greet this person.
Christine leaves the men to solve the car trouble, but this stranger wants more than a phone call.
And when he finished the phone call,
Okay, I'll wait by the car.
he turned to Mr. Kimberlin.
Oh, hey, sir. How's it going? How much I owe you for the call?
It was too late.
No, please, no.
He had been shot several times.
Christine runs for her life to the home of their neighbor, Al Davis.
She said that Wayne had been shot. She was screaming hysterically.
Where is he?
They call 911 and race back to her dying husband.
I followed her back over there, hoping I could help him in some kind of way, but actually he was already clammy. There was nothing I could do. She went back outside for some reason, and then she came back in and she said, oh yeah, his truck is gone.
Wayne's truck's gone. He took Wayne's truck.
The killer steals Wayne's pickup truck. Christine gives police a detailed description of the intruder.
He was a black man. He was about 5'10", and he had short hair and big fat lips, and he was wearing a big blue puffy coat and blue jeans.
She was pretty good in her description. You know this man?
But something doesn't feel right to Detective Dean Venable. If the motive is auto theft, why would the man come to the house?
I don't know.
Who would do that? In Rockingham County, that was astonishing.
There's a lot about Christine Kemmerlin that's astonishing. She's on her third marriage, but still family life doesn't seem to have much attraction.
She was just totally dissatisfied with her life. It was obvious she was to everyone.
She's spending her days with a ragtag of lovers and drug users.
They stayed up in the house all day. Come to find out, they would take it to dealing in drugs.
Christine wants to become a dealer herself to make some fast bucks.
Christine had been giving one of them money to buy drugs, supposedly to make her money.
That's what I got you. That's the one you wanted, right?
Christine wants the best for her daughter and herself.
Let's see it on you.
She was always wanting to do something else or be somewhere else or have something else.
Her shopping sprees don't make for a happy home. Wayne can't afford her splurges.
Hi, how's your day?
Oh.
After 5 years together, things are tense.
Melanie. Did not appear to be the ideal marriage. I don't know whose fault it was between Wayne and her.
What is your problem? Are you trying to send us broke again?
I'm paying for it.
With what, huh? With what?
Christine's not just into drugs and spending. She's cheating on her husband with her drug dealer. Soon she decides to spend her money on more than a high.
So, have you found someone?
Maybe.
With the help of her dealer, she banks on a new life.
She wanted out of the marriage and wanted to leave it with money. And she had a plan that she knew would work.
I know you're in there.
But Christine is wrong.
What the hell, Christine? Where is he? He's been locked up. What?
Her lover is arrested for drug possession. She loses her cash. But soon Christine will be single, and more than one life will be ruined. Reedsville, North Carolina, 1999. Christine Kemmerlin is cheating on her third husband. She's hooked up with a drug dealer and wants him to find her a hitman.
Christine didn't have the intellectual capability and the worldly view on how to get out of a bad relationship and take care of herself.
But after handing over her cash, she loses it all when her lover is arrested for drug possession. Her plan to cash in Wayne's life insurance policy is put on hold, and her relationship is getting worse. She claims he is being abusive.
You've had enough.
They didn't share a lot of time together that was to her satisfaction, so.
Don't you ever talk to me like that again.
I'm sorry.
She'd just say he'd come home from work and drink beer while he was at the computer. He would often abuse her, especially when drinking.
To be rid of Wayne, Christine needs a plan B.
Wayne represented every man that had ever abused Christine. And Wayne was going to pay.
But she can't bring herself to do it.
Maybe it's as simple as she just didn't want to get her hands dirty. Maybe it's as complex as she couldn't kill because part of her loved him.
Christine needs a plan C and a new man to pull it off. 24-year-old neighbor, Anton Johnson.
He was a friendly young man.
Did he do this to you?
Really, everybody that knew him just said, he's just a nice guy. She explained to him how she'd been assaulted by Wayne. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's what she told him, and he believed it.
Using her body and the promise of $3,000 in cold, hard cash, Christine convinces gullible Anton to become her assassin.
He felt protective of Christine, and she convinced him that a bullet was the answer to the problem. Christine was both a victim and a predator.
The pair works through every step of the murder.
This is the back door.
It must look like a violent robbery. Anton will pretend his car breaks down.
Right, and this is where he goes.
It wasn't an overnight thing. It wasn't something she decided last Saturday and done this Saturday.
I'll give you $3,000 after it's done.
She was determined to get out of that marriage, and that was her way out.
To make sure nothing goes wrong, Christine sends off the only possible witness, her 12-year-old daughter.
She had sent her little girl away to live with her mother in Florida. It was unusual.
You'll have fun at Grandma's.
She knew exactly the way she wanted this to happen.
I promise things are going to get better around here. Yeah?
And she was determined that it happened.
March 24th, 1999. In friendly Reedsville, a neighbor in need is always welcome. But tonight, Anton's only need is for Wayne to die.
She had found someone willing to execute her plan. She told him exactly what to do, and he followed her instruction.
All right, I'll wait by the car.
All right.
Yo, hey, how much owe you for the car?
It's fine. No, hey, please, no, hey!
He tried to defend himself because a couple of the bullet holes were in his arms.
Now she needs to convince police there has been a robbery.
Maybe like an hour or so ago.
But Detective Dean Venable is suspicious of Christine's behavior.
I can let you know.
That'll be helpful, man, thank you.
She did not have the behavior that I would anticipate someone having if their husband had just been shot. I was kind of concerned about the way that her demeanor was.
From that moment, Christine's best-laid plans collapse. After several hours of further questioning, she confesses all.
She just said she should never have done it.
Christine did not hold up well under questioning by police because she's not very smart.
Anton soon follows suit and gives them every detail of Christine's plan.
If he'd never met Christine, I don't know if he'd be in jail or not, but it wouldn't be for murder. That would be my opinion.
Both Christine Kemmerlin and Anton Johnson are convicted of first-degree murder.
She never gave me the impression that she was remorseful for the death of Wayne Kimmerlin. I know that she was very much disappointed that she had gotten caught.
In January 2001, Anton Johnson is sentenced to life in prison. In October 2000, Christine Kemmerlin is sentenced to death. On appeal, it is commuted to life without parole.
Actually, I thought the first sentence was the more appropriate one.
Christine always wanted more out of life. Instead of a divorce, she goes for a quick fix and easy money and pays the price.
Christine and Anton didn't exactly create the perfect murder. In fact, it was anything but.
These deadly women enjoyed hurting the men they once loved. Vicky Frost went from being a bully to a butcher. Claire Nichols took torture to the extreme. And Christine Kemmerlin murdered her husband for money. All three stole lives in a cruel way. They were sadistic killers.